Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching.
Please welcome to the stage, Megan Sullivan.
Good morning and welcome to this very special Notre Dame Forum series as part of the celebration of the inauguration of Reverend Robert A. Dowd, C.S.C., the University of Notre Dame's 18th president. My name is Megan Sullivan. I am the Wilsey Family College Professor of Philosophy and the founding director of Notre Dame's Institute for Ethics and the Common Good, and I am delighted to be your host and MC today. Since its establishment in 2005, each year, the Notre Dame Forum invites campus-wide dialogue about issues of importance to the university, the nation, and the larger world. Father Dowd has chosen a particularly timely theme for this year. What do we owe each other? This theme invites reflection on our responsibilities to one another. In a world where ideological and cultural divisions seem to have deepened, the Forum aims to bring people together across differences to face the most pressing challenges of our time. There is no doubt that we are living through an era of profound opportunity and profound disruption. Pope Francis often emphasizes that seasons of change like this can push us in one of two directions. They can push us inward, making us more self-centered, more territorial, more afraid, or we can choose instead to look for the deep good that is always present in the human story. We can look outward, beyond ourselves, cultivating understanding, faith, hope, and love. We at Notre Dame believe that universities like ours can be places where students, scholars, and leaders turn to discover ways to expand this ethical framework for a world that is profoundly in need. Today, we will do that work featuring 4 fireside chats with global leaders in technology, philanthropy, corporate sustainability, and foreign affairs. These leaders will help us explore this theme and think critically about what we can do individually and collectively to bridge social divides and promote healing within our communities. During each session, you will have the opportunity to submit questions using the QR code that will be shown on the screen, and we will do our best to respond to as many questions as possible during our time together. Our first session today features Arvind Krishna, Chairman and CEO of IBM, who will be speaking with us on the future of responsible technology. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to introduce our moderator, John Veihmeyer. John Veihmeyer is the former chairperson of KPMG International and chair of the Notre Dame Board of Trustees. John spent 40 years with KPMG, holding numerous leadership roles, including U.S. chairman and CEO, U.S. Deputy Chairman, and Managing Partner of the Washington, D.C. office. A 1977 graduate of Our Lady's University, John joined the Board of Trustees in 2017 and was elected chair in 2024. He currently serves on the board of the Ford Motor Company and chairs the boards of the LPGA and Catholic Charities of Washington, D.C. John has been consistently named as one of the top 100 most influential people in accounting by Accounting Today magazine, and as one of the top 100 most influential people in corporate governance by Directorship magazine. Throughout his career, John has championed the importance of business leaders building strong cultures within their organizations, emphasizing inclusion, diversity, and corporate citizenship. Without further ado, I will hand it over to John to introduce our esteemed guest.
Thank you very much, Arvind. I will just say, I know being one of the top 100 accountants in the world is something everyone aspires to. So, listen, we are really fortunate to be joined today by an incredible leader. And Arvind Krishna is the chairman of IBM, and since April of 2020, the chief executive officer of IBM. Not much was happening in the world in April 2020, right? We'll get back to that. And importantly, I think, Arvind is IBM's first CEO who comes from a technical background, having been trained as an electrical engineer. And I think that's enabled you over the course of your career, Arvind, to have a number of really important business leadership roles within IBM, leading divisions like cloud and cognitive software, the IBM Research Center, which drove the innovation over a number of years within IBM, and the Systems and Technology Group, and has clearly been the person who has been the driving force behind IBM's transformation to become the leading hybrid cloud and artificial intelligence company in the world. And importantly, I think the acquisition you made of Red Hat, that I know you were absolutely the driving force behind, that has really, I think, enabled IBM to define the hybrid cloud market. We'll talk more about that as we get into our conversation today. Arvind got his undergrad at the Indian Institute of Technology, PhD from the University of Illinois, up the road in Urbana. And importantly, as I was doing some of my digging on you, Arvind, in 2016, long before you became CEO, Wired magazine named Arvind, and I quote, one of the 25 geniuses who are creating the future of business. Now, I have to admit, when we invited you to join us today for the forum, I knew you were really smart. I knew you were a phenomenal CEO who's really leading the conversation on ethical AI development, but I did not know that you had been anointed a genius. So that's an added benefit today, Arvind. Thank you so much for joining us today. And what you all should know is a really busy day for Arvind. Started the day in Chicago at something. Has to be back in New York for a New York Fed board meeting, which Arvind sits on this afternoon. And I can't thank you enough. We can't thank you enough for joining us today.
Thank you.
The Wired magazine is a good reason that you shouldn't believe everything you read in media.
Well, we're going to find out today. I think as all of you know, IBM has been a leading technology company for over 100 years, 300,000 employees across 170 countries. You've had a 30-year plus career with the company. And importantly, from our standpoint, IBM has been an incredible supporter of Notre Dame in a lot of really impactful ways, not the least of which is the Notre Dame IBM Technology Ethics Lab, which has really been transformational, I think, in a lot of respects, and just your support for our students through scholarship and a number of other areas. So, I think before we dive into a lot of the detail we want to get into today, I think it'd be helpful just share your career path at IBM, and how did you kind of end up where you are today after 30 years, Arvind?
Yeah, so I will, John. But first also, I think we get back a lot more than we give to Notre Dame because so many of your students join us, and the work that they do at IBM, I think more than repays us for the work that we do here.
Thank you.
Look, I finished graduate school with a PhD in engineering, and I'm not sure I had any idea of the career path that I've actually had. When I come out, what I wanted to do was build things that would get used by lots of people. And I was in the area of networking, and you kind of think forward, and this is 1990, and you begin to think about what could be the case, and everyone was talking about in those days. I know it sounds quaint now, and for the students it should be. It's like a historic artifact. People were talking about, could we have home networking? Could we have what is called broadband now? That was not the term then. And sort of there was a lot of talk about that, and I began to think, but people are talking about handheld devices. Let's remember, laptops didn't exist really in 1990. Okay, they kind of did. It was a brick. It was like a suitcase-sized thing, 20 pounds, and you needed to plug it into the wall because there was no such thing as a effective battery. But you can imagine, you can see the pace of electronics, and you could imagine in 2-3 years this is going to shrink down, and you're going to be able to walk around. And if you do that, then how about doing something that would wirelessly connect you? And over a year, we went ahead and built that, what today you would call Wi-Fi. Actually, the actual roots of the standard are in what we built. And then I had a really negative experience, because when you were trying to convince the business that this could be a market in the millions or tens of millions of units, they couldn't quite conceive it. I mean, the idea was, yeah, I could see that for a warehouse. I don't understand why anybody wants anything than a plug in the wall. I mean, like, why do you want to walk around with this? So what it taught me was you've got to learn both sides of that equation. I mean, you got to get the technology, but you also got to get to be able to explain to people how do you distribute it, how do you sell it, what could be the size of the market. And that really was an eye-opener for me, but a great way to learn. And then you go ahead and you sort of learn what are the other things. I'd had enough of school by then. I'd had 10 years in school, so didn't want to go back to school. But you got to learn how to learn. I think something that this university is great at teaching people. I mean, that's the point of a rigorous curriculum, right? You learn how to learn, not just the class. And I had the confidence that, you could pick up stuff and learn. And I've never been shy about asking people, look, I don't understand this. Like, I'll make a slight amount of fun of my accounting friend here. I remember 10 years in, we were doing an acquisition, and somebody told me you can recognize this revenue and you can't do this. And I'm like, what? This doesn't make any sense. But you go and ask your accounting friends, why is that? And there is usually a good logical business rationale, but I'm not going to learn enough accounting to know it. But you go and ask somebody, and then do you have the curiosity to go learn that? And I think that building on those things, being able to learn, has allowed me to develop my career and to be able to sort of take I'll call it a meandering path. It's not a straight line. I mean, you can only go so far as an individual researcher. You can end up maybe doing and heading an innovative research function, but you got to balance between the business, and then at some point it turns into how do you motivate people. I'm sure the leadership of Notre Dame thinks about that very deeply. How do you motivate people to do things? And then how do you survive in the communities? Because otherwise, why would people want to join you, and why would clients want to work with you? So you kind of learn all those things along the path. So John, very long answer, but...
No, that's great. Thanks for sharing that. And I think a key takeaway for any students here is the comment you made. It's not a straight line. And being open to some of those twists and curves, I think, serves most people well in their careers. But so one more kind of IBM-related question. Leading tech company for decades and decades. Headquartered in New York, not Silicon Valley, where everybody assumes everything good that ever happens in tech comes out of Silicon Valley. How do you think, if at all, it's changed the way IBM thinks about technology, and maybe the culture of IBM, frankly, that you didn't grow up on the West Coast in Silicon Valley?
Yeah. So IBM's got a straightforward mission. I wouldn't say we always remember it, but whenever we kind of get recentered, and we are right now, you kind of go back to your mission. Our mission is deploying technology to make our clients' business better. I kind of paraphrase it like that. Now, along the way, you find gaps, so you have to invent technology, but really the North Star has to be, it has to benefit your client. So if we remain on that North Star, we have a lot of clients who are around financial services, government, insurance. Those tend to be much more on the East Coast. I think the East Coast is also much more around, companies around the East Coast tend to ask the question, how do we really benefit ourselves and society? I think it's asked in a much more hard lens than some of our West Coast companies. I have a lot of admiration for their, let's invent something, let's not care so much about the business model, we'll figure it out. There is a lot to be said for it, but there is also something to be said for not getting too caught up in that distortion, but around what is the real value. And so to us it benefits because one, we tend to have a lot more client gravitas on the East Coast, so that has benefited us. The fact that I'm 30 to 45 minutes away from a lot of our large clients in New York City benefits us. It's only an hour's flight to Washington. So those are big, big benefits. But I think there is this little bit of a, let's focus on what can we do to benefit now, as opposed to what could be a bit of a, you got to have 2 or 3 ifs to sort of succeed. And I think that that lens is useful.
And that culture we'll come back to a couple of times today, I think, as we think about the ethical development. But before we get into that, let's talk about the leading innovation that we're all focused on these days, which is artificial intelligence. We've got a lot of non-technologists, non-electrical engineers in the audience, including one sitting next to you. Explain to folks, what are we actually talking about? There's so much information out there and different people characterizing things different ways. Artificial intelligence, generative AI, how would you describe them for the non-technologists in the room?
Yeah, so let's first begin with the scale and scope of the impact. So people ask, and always, I think analogies are great because it gives you a sense. Is it like the internet? Is it like smartphones? Is it like cloud? I actually go to, it is probably like internet. Why do I say it's like internet? Internet came on the public conscience circa 1995, the same way as I think the collection of AI that John just referenced, I would say came on the public consciousness in late 2022. When I was in grad school in 1985, for the faculty and the grad students, internet was already 5 to 10 years old. I think AI is very similar. So AI by itself is not new. So why did the internet come in 1995? Because a guy called Mark Andreessen invented a browser which made it accessible to lots and lots of people. You didn't have to actually get deep into the gobs of the underlying protocols and the underlying, I'll call it arcane. It's almost like whispers and rituals that you had to do to be able to make the internet work for you in the late 80s. And he just said, hey, type this little thing into the screen. It's a nice user interface, works on all devices, and up and away, and you have access. I think that's exactly what a company called OpenAI did. So it is building on 20 years worth of research and progress. Now the next thing is to make it easy. AI, everything that we can conceive of, could have been done 5 or 10 years ago. So you have to ask, why was it not? Because till then, you required lots of humans to clean the data. You created what's called a model. That model could be used for one purpose, and you required a lot of trained computer scientists to be able to do all that. So now you turn around and say, I use lots of data, but I don't have to clean it up. Okay, that reduces the cost dramatically. By the way, the model you produce can be used for lots of things, not just one thing. That opens up the aperture. And oh, by the way, if new data comes in, you have to do a small amount of work, not start from scratch again. Well, that accessibility of ease of use is what this generation of what is called large language models is about. And when you make things effectively, that means 100 times cheaper or more accessible. As you all know, that's a big difference. So I think the world is still grappling with, oh, okay, we kind of knew it, but if this is 100 times cheaper, how many things can we do using these technologies? That's kind of where we are right now. And the other part, humans are always going to react to if things are in language, because I think that the human brain is kind of wired uniquely around language. So the fact that these are finally producing material that doesn't sound robotic, but kind of sounds appealing, as if, I don't know, maybe like a middle schooler had written it, is kind of where I go to, then it's interesting. It's not sort of, the old C spot run kind of language that used to be generated. I think all those things come together. So can I train it, for example, on business language? Can I now begin to look at insurance claims? So by the way, not just one kind, but all of them. A new storm happens, and can I look at that? That's a tiny weekend worth of work. Once those costs come down like that, technology becomes incredibly powerful, and that is, I think, what the excitement is about.
And as you think about investing IBM's capital to deploy against this opportunity in the marketplace, how do you size the potential market? How do you view this in terms of the opportunity for IBM specifically, and then more generally just in the marketplace and the economy, broadly speaking?
Yeah. So actually, I'll begin with the tail end of the question, John, because I always committed, what is the value for society and for all enterprise, including government? We kind of did work with others, and I like the number that I think it was McKinsey who came up with that, but I tend to agree with that. They said there's about $4 trillion worth of productivity in the world by the end of the decade. So you kind of react with, hey, 4 to 5% of total GDP, that's a pretty good number. I then back into, from my perspective, and I know that people think of these numbers as being much bigger, but that's mine, the tech industry could normally get between 10, probably for sure, maybe 20% of the value, because 80% of the value normally accrues to those who are buying it and deploying it, and their own skills and alternate uses are there. So if I look by the end of the decade, that's kind of the scale and scope of what I'm looking. And to me, that sounds pretty reasonable, because that's about the same size and scope as the internet was and as the cloud was. So I kind of look at it like that. We are not a B2C company. Our clients may be, but we are not. So we're a B2B company. So we don't have to stand up a massive infrastructure on which we're going to go get 1 billion end users to come use it, because that's not our business. We do have to invest in infrastructure on which we can train models, so we are sure, and we'll get to that, I'm sure, John, that we are sure about their ethics, we are sure about how they're used. So we do have to invest in that. So we do that, and we do that both ourselves, and sometimes we'll rent infrastructure from others. But ours is kept there, and in the people that we have to bring in to help train all these. Now, at some level also, we're running out of people who know this coming out of school. I mean, like all of them have got. So you also got to retrain and upskill your own people to be able to do some of this work. So those are the two uses of our capital that are going on in here. And just by the way, this is just a personal view. I think we're going to see so much innovation in this infrastructure in the next 5 years. Is going to be incredible. I think we're going to see things that are 100 times better than today, but they're going to take a bit of time. It's not going to happen in the next year or two, but probably in that 3 to 5 year time frame, you're going to see remarkable innovation that is going to happen here.
So on that point, what are you actually seeing in your clients' use? Everybody's reading about AI, but I think there's a lot of confusion about what's actually happening out in the marketplace. How are companies deploying it today? Within IBM, how are you deploying it? And what do you see as the impediments to really scale it in a way where it pays off for companies that are making these investments?
So I think there's 3 use cases that seem to be pretty well accepted, and the risk in them, I'll call it, is low, or low enough that we know how to manage around it. So the first is around customer service. So when you think about somebody wanting, whether you're calling a call center or whether you're writing in for help, etc., Those are areas where we see our clients who embrace it, and this is across financial services, healthcare, government, and I'll give a couple of examples to make it real. You can easily see that about 3/4 of what comes in can be handled by this generation of AI. So what's a quick example? If you think about a telecom company, what are people calling on? It's not really what people think of. They're often calling on, there is this line on my bill, what does it mean? They're calling on, I'd like to turn a service on. Or they're asking, am I eligible to do X? If you just think about it, those are all where you can actually improve satisfaction. So as opposed to having somebody, by the way, that world churns. It churns at the rate of 2 times per year. So usually the person on the other end is not very experienced. What they have to do in turn is type in your question in their own language and hopefully get an answer, and then they're reading that answer back to you. If you just think about this, this is what generative AI can do almost instantaneously. The guardrails you've got to put on is, hey, if I know what the answer is and I have very high confidence, give it. If I think it may be one of those more complicated ones, punt it to a human. So that's a very simple. The Veterans Administration in the United States, they used to take months to enroll people who were eligible for benefits because they were matching a lot of documentation. Are you eligible? When were you here? Can I look it up inside? And as you think about those, and that tends to go in peaks and valleys of workflow, you can begin to really automate that and get a veteran their benefits within a day or two as opposed to in months. These are the kinds of use cases easy. The coding ones, I don't think it's going to replace a programmer, by the way. I mean, like I know people talk about that. That's not going to happen. Can it make every programmer 10 or 20 or 30% more productive? Absolutely. That's what they were doing intuitively. Programmers, and I used to be one, real lazy. What is the easiest and best way to program? Take some code that works. Okay, so today what is that? You go into GitHub, you crawl around, you search, you find something. Why can't the AI do that for you? And so you kind of go. But the other side of the programming, understanding requirements, working with others, understanding what it has to do, that's still very much a human task. And the third one is around what I call enterprise operations. There's a lot of stuff that most of you in this room don't think about, except the 2 or 3 who run operations for the university, on all the stuff around, whether it's procurement or accounts payable or accounts receivable or onboarding people onto the systems in HR, all those things, I think we're going to get a 50% boost. These I'll call are in the low risk category. The higher risk category, do I really want it to respond on our behalf? Can it really become the front end in a retail bank branch? I don't know, because there's so much around human interaction that is in those things that side of it, it's not just the transaction, is different. But with the way demographics are going, we're going to need all this help. The number of skilled people in the entire West is decreasing. Right? We all know that. That's what the demographics point to. And with respect, I don't see that changing. Then if immigration is not going to be at the 3 million level, it's going to be more like the 1 million level, we have fewer and fewer people to do all the tasks we need as we go along. So we are going to need help from all these technologies to do all that I described. And then we've got to work on the guardrails on, can we keep extending the scope of what they do.
Thank you. I think hopefully everybody has a better idea than when they walked in the auditorium this morning as to what we're actually talking about. So now, Arvind, let's get into what the real focus of the forum is. As Father Bob has defined it, what do we owe each other? Which aligns very closely, frankly, with IBM's values of make the world work better. And I know you personally and the company has a big commitment to the ethical deployment of new technologies. How are you thinking about this incredibly powerful and innovative technology that we're talking about today from the standpoint of making it work for people in a positive way and in an ethical way?
Look, there's so many factors that are going to play into this. One is the ethics, which for us the lens becomes what is it used for, what should it be used for, but equally important, what is it trained on, And that has ethics in it, but it also is eventually going to have, I think, legislation in it. So if I begin, we have principles around trust and transparency. Those are really important to us. What are two examples of that will play out in what we're talking about? One is around what we're calling AI fact sheets. Explain to the world, this is the data I used to train it. This is the method I used to train it. It is actually quite surprising to me that most people are not willing to explain in any sense what is the data that they use to train their AI. So next to that is coupled to me the ethical question. But is it a fair use? I don't think companies like us should come up with an answer. That is going to be done with a mixture of, I think the ideas should come out of academia, and they should then go to policymakers, whether that's legislative or whether that's judicial, meaning I think there'll be a Supreme Court case on was this a fair use of the material. We all consider it fair use to read a book and then the knowledge is in our head and we reuse it. I think that's actually fair. Is it fair if an AI algorithm reads a book and then can repeat it 10 million times and there is no more need for the book and the people who did the book? I think that's a question. I don't know the answer. There are those who will debate, yes, that's fair use. In music and in literature, about 100 years ago, it eventually became legislated that no, it's not fair use. In music, you can buy and you can replay the music in your own home and for a private party. You cannot actually play it here for this audience. If you wanted to do that, you need to go pay a royalty to the publisher or the owner of that title. So there is this question that is not sort of black and white, that has to get determined by society. I also think that there is, what is the data? Was the data original? Was the data itself created by another model? Do you trust the authenticity of the data? These are topics that are much more than what a technology company can do, which is the reason, John, going back to the beginning, that we are so pleased to partner with a university like Notre Dame to say, how should we think through these questions? Like, if the data is polluted with other generated data, is it okay to use it? Or are we now kind of falling into a trap of some type? I don't think we'll know. This is going to take a few years to go figure these things out. So in the end, we sort of advocate three things that we think we can stand on to sort of try to maybe take a complex topic and bring it back down. We say, one, regulate the use or the risk in the use case so that we can stand on that. The use cases are described, I think, a pretty low risk, and so those are okay. Others may or may not be, is one. Two, we advocate for openness. So describe what you do and let others build upon it. Why openness? It actually is our way of saying it can help democratize a technology. It can make it much more accessible to others. Don't hold it in such a way that you're charging a huge toll just for the fact that you're there. And three, this is not popular at all, is we say that you should hold the inventor or builder of these models accountable for kind of what went into it, as opposed to that you have complete immunity. I think if you hold people accountable, then the people tend to behave better. It's just...
Well, and on that point, I'm going to put a plug in for IBM and let you, expand on it a little bit, which I think absolutely ties to your culture and your focus on the ethical deployment of this. Just explain the kind of indemnities you provide to your clients that, frankly, many of your competitors are not doing today.
Okay. So in enterprise technology, there has often been straightforward indemnity. If we give a piece of software to one of our clients, then we stand behind it. Meaning if anybody wants to come after them to say, hey, our IP is inside of it, or this is not an appropriate use of it, we stand to say there's no qualifiers around it. If the technology is from us, then we say, nope, we think it's completely fair. You got to get through us and our balance sheet completely before you can get to the user of that technology. Now, that's a very powerful statement, but it also puts accountability back to us to say, now are we pretty sure that we are not really going to get sued by 10,000 people because we are sure of how we produced it, and in the AI case, what data went into it, etc. We do the same thing on all AI models that are created by IBM. In our case, we have the Granite family of models, and we give the same indemnity. Meaning if one of our clients uses it, and 15 years from now somebody comes and says, hey, hang on, you're misusing our IP, which is somehow coming out. No, we stand behind it to say, no, that's not accurate, and we will defend you. And until you get through us, meaning drain our balance sheet, you cannot actually get to our client. We think that that is incredibly powerful, and it works both ways. One is, it makes us very, very careful because we are actually living by our principle of accountability, but it gives our clients then a lot of freedom in terms of what they can depend upon and what they can use.
And as you've mentioned earlier, the quality of these models is solely dependent on the data and the quality of the data that goes into it. When we were chatting earlier, you shared something with me that I found fascinating. Talk about a couple of years from now, what your view of the data that's out there available for people to go grab, how much of it will be, however you want to characterize it, generatively produced?
I think 3 years from today, 50% of all the data that we can go get, whether or not it's ethical to get it is a different question, but that you can go get, is going to be generated by AI systems as opposed to by humans. So if you think about that, that is a very straightforward way of looking at it. So already it's becoming that the majority of new data is being generated by artificial intelligence, not by people. So if you go backwards, typically in about 3 years, you double the total amount that is out there. It's even faster, but let me put it as 3 years. So now if you say the majority is generated, not human, you have to ask yourself the question. So if the generation is not perfect, how much of what is there is actually new, and we should use it for training versus not use it for training? And what we have done is we did make a copy about a couple of years ago, and at that point we think it's like at least 90% clean, meaning by clean here I meant human generated as opposed to machine generated. And this is a topic that really people are not thinking as much about as they should be, because to me it's like one of those chaos theorems in math that you read about. Wait a moment, I know it's a small perturbation, but if you build upon just those perturbations, over time they can build up into pretty catastrophic events. And I think that that is a huge, huge topic that is sort of relevant. There was somebody at Notre Dame, I remember, in the early days of the internet who did some work around these sort of how little perturbations can become very, very major on network effects. And that's going to play out here in big form.
Well, clearly, in terms of a big question everybody's talking about these days, fake news, false information, think about a world where that kind of percentage of the data that's out there, frankly, was generated not by humans, by machines.
So when you say that, I think the ethical thing to think about, look, people have been concerned about fake news, misinformation for 200 years. That's why the British, for democracy, created the soapbox system. If you give one party a soapbox to speak, you got to give the other party also. That's really where it comes from. In the US, the rules were around, hey, if you give one party television time or radio time, you got to give the other party an equal access. Okay. Can AI amplify the misinformation? Absolutely, but to me, it's not new, it's just the rate and pace. Here is something on AI that people have not really, or the public consciousness has not gotten to it. But AI can understand who you are. We all know this from advertising and digital media. And now it can tune the misinformation in a way, because it can write well, that appeals to you, the individual. That is a new form of misinformation. Because before now, it had to go out to large cohorts. It was too expensive to tailor it to the individual. That, I think, is a new form of disinformation, which is indeed unique to this era and has not been done before now.
Let's talk about another development that's going to have potentially huge implications in addition to AI, and that's quantum computing. and IBM's taking a significant leadership role in this. First of all, I want to start where we started AI. For the non-engineers, non-technologists in the room, what the heck is it? And how do you see it being deployed in the economy?
So I think quantum is the first time we have a new kind of computing since the mid-1940s. So in the mid-1940s, a lot of people, I'll call them giants, really created what is the basis of all modern computing, whether you attribute it to the ENIAC system at the University of Pennsylvania, John von Neumann, who was a math professor at Princeton, Claude Shannon, who was a researcher at Bell Labs. What this collection of people came out with, I'll call it, is what is today the computing we all use. Wonderful computing, very deterministic. Think intuitively what it can do is middle school arithmetic at incredible speeds and scale. So just like you can take middle school arithmetic and build it into high school, think algebra, high school algebra, not college algebra. That's really what today's computers do. Now, we have new kinds of computing in quantum. What it can say and do is, think of it at its heart, it's a probabilistic machine. It's not deterministic. That immediately, I know, hurts people's heads. By probabilistic means it's looking in the space of all the possible answers and it's trying to pick out what is the most appealing one for a problem that you describe. Economists would call it utility functions, physicists call it Hamiltonians, engineers will call it an optimization function, but it's looking at it probabilistically, not deterministically. What's the advantage? Problems that are really, really hard to do on normal computers, some of them, not all of them, let's just be clear, some of them become really easy to do on these. The most famous one that people talk about is it'll break encryption. Well, actually, the problem is not the encryption. What it can do is tell you what are the two numbers that get multiplied together to make up a very, very big number. That's a really hard problem on a normal computer. You actually have to pretty much do what I call look at all possibilities, and then you get to the answer, which means you're exploring the entire state space. These computers can somehow, and I won't get into it, but the underlying principles are those of superposition and entanglement is what they use to kind of look at the whole thing and say, that's the answer. Okay. Now, how far away? Are we talking science fiction? Not really. I mean, I think Richard Feynman is the best one to quote. I mean, he's been dead for 30 years, but in the 70s, he kind of looked at it, and he was one of the most brilliant physicists who ever lived, and said, there is nothing in here which contradicts the principles of quantum mechanics. He then actually went to the second part. If you want to simulate nature, you need a quantum computer, because he couldn't imagine how you could possibly simulate nature on those. So then you get to why do I care about these? Do I want to design a better battery for an electric vehicle? Do we want to design better fertilizers? Do we want to design more lightweight materials that are still very strong? Do I want to be able to get more energy out of an existing oil well? These are all problems that I think a quantum computer is going to address. By the way, these four, I think we'll be able to approach them in the 5 to 7 year time frame, which means by the end of this decade. These harder ones, can you design a better drug for cancer? I think those are going to be tougher problems because A, those are more complicated molecules, and two, as we know, simulating things inside the human body, I'm not sure we fully understand that yet. So those are much harder. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible. The other is around risk. I mean, financial risk of different types. I mean, like, is something that it's almost like it was built for these machines. And what we have to do is probably improve these machines by about 10 times from where we are today. And you kind of look at me and say, 10 times, that's a lot. Well, we've kind of been improving them at 10 times every 3 years for the last decade. So that tells most people, so compared to where we were in 2016, literally by 2018 we were 10 times better, then by 21 we were 10 times better, and now we're 10 times better. So this is now to me, in the scope of an engineering problem, not a physics problem. So that's kind of where we are here. So it's exciting to be able to go look at those problems. Can you imagine more certainty in food, safer transportation, much better energy storage, which is going to be an important element of the whole energy transition that the world is fascinated by.
So I want to get to some audience questions, but last question on this topic for me. When you think about those kinds of potential use cases, which are incredibly powerful, I know the kind of investment it takes to build the kind of machine you're talking about. Back to kind of the ethical considerations in all of this, how do you think about a world where that kind of power, because of the amount of investment it takes, may get concentrated in a very small number of companies, and frankly, a small number of nation states that have the ability, both financial and otherwise, to actually build the kind of machines you're talking about? What kind of philosophical and ethical challenges do you think that creates for society?
Look, the question comes down to who's allowed to use them. There's a negative side, and how do you give access? So giving access is an easier part of the question, because you can turn around and say, we can run the machines and we are going to open up access to a lot of people. So it's not just those who can afford to build them, because that's the expensive part, but those who want to use them, which can be done for a much more cost-effective answer. There's an equal part about but you don't want them in the hands of really bad people. And so you got to make sure that you're actually much more careful initially about who's allowed to get access to them, both in terms of nations and who the actors are. So we kind of do that right now. Is it scalable eventually when you have millions of these machines? I don't know. But for right now, that's kind of the path we're going down. But John, equally important, we know that at some time it could break encryption. So 10 years ago, we started working on techniques that actually would create new encryption, which is not breakable by these machines and is no harder to implement than today's encryption.
Wow.
And we take great pride in the fact, and we completely open sourced it. Maybe we'll make some money in helping our clients, but we actually open sourced the technology. And in NIST's latest competition, 3 of the 4 algorithms that they have approved were invented by our researchers. So that is sort of what you have to do to say, here's this thing, here is one bad thing, let's make sure that we completely mitigate that thing in terms of making forward progress.
Well, I'd like to maybe supersede the next hour of discussion that's supposed to take place, but because we could keep going a long time on this. All I will say is I hope you all get an appreciation out of this conversation of how fortunate we are to have these kinds of innovative technological advances in the hands of leaders and companies, I think, like you are fortunate enough to lead, Arvind. So I want to get to some questions from the audience, though, that have come in. Arvind, in your opinion, how much of succeeding in a corporate environment is about technical skills versus interpersonal skills, and how do you develop those interpersonal skills?
It's actually one of my favorite questions. So when I talk in private to engineering school deans or chairs of department, I've been asking for 20 years now, can you also give these students more communication skills? So I'm going to pick on that amongst all interpersonal skills, because how do you tell somebody else what you're working on? How do you share ideas and collaborate with other people? I think it's incredibly important to have those skills, even for the most deeply technical people, than just for the humanities or social science majors. So I actually request the deans to do that. Most of them kind of look at me. I look at myself and I say, the experience, how I got it, nobody insisted that you learn all those skills. But our advisors, at least my graduate school advisor, insisted that every week, amongst the 20 students who were in the group, amongst him and some of his peers, sit down, take a paper that they would give you, and you have to explain it to your peers in what we called sort of a lunch and brown bag session. So 45 minutes, you could maybe put up a few pieces of supporting material, but how do you convey the ideas in an intuitive way and not everybody is exactly in the same narrow area that you are, but in a way that they can follow. I look at that and I say, that was a blessing to me when I came into the corporate environment. The other part, for those who kind of go up, but that's probably 5 or 10 years in, if you're managing groups of people, you got to understand what motivates them. Not everyone is motivated by the same exact thing. And it's really important to pick up those skills on listening for what is important to them. And by the way, you'd be shocked. I think that what's that infamous saying? 5% of communication is verbal and 95% is non-verbal, is, I think, very, very appropriate. Like, I mean, I walk into a room now, and I often say, yeah, I know you all said all this, but I have no belief that any of you are going to do it, because watching the body language and watching how you all spoke over each other or past each other, there is no belief. You're just like kind of treating me like a dog, right? Okay, pat, like, yeah, we'll do it, but there's no intention of possibly it happening. And I think that those skills are all important to pick up.
I want to get you back to campus sometime to just talk about leadership as opposed to anything technology related, but we'll leave that aside. Another question from the audience: how should companies think about their investment in research and development, balancing near-term ROI with a lens that lets them see further into the future? And how does a company kind of share that vision?
Look, I mean, so what is called technology? The technology goes into a lot of areas. I mean, oil and gas companies do technology, pharma companies do a lot of technology. If I look at both pharmaceutical and us, so think software and computer hardware, you have to start spending well into the mid double digits of your total revenue on R&D. If I look at ourselves, we are probably sitting at around 15% right now. If you get to massive scale, maybe that's the right number. I would not be surprised if we get closer to 20% over the next few years. And then the question is, a good chunk of it, let's call it 2/3, is going to be focused on products that are here and now, meaning you're pretty confident they're going to make money that year or the next year. You got to spend at least 20% in what I'll call speculative, meaning they're not all going to work, and that ties to risk-taking. So they're not all going to work. This is where I think most of the mechanisms of a lot of mature companies have trouble. Wait, you're telling me 2/3 of the things are going to fail? Yes, 2/3 of those are going to fail. Wait, 2/3 of that entire big bucket? These couple of thousand people, 2/3 of what they do is going to go nowhere? That's correct. But the third that does work is going to give you incredible advantages and an ability to make progress. So that's kind of how you have to think about it. And then there's a middle area too, which is sort of in between those two extremes.
It ties into another question I think that came in just in terms of, and for our students and parents of students soon to be going into the workforce, is AI going to eliminate any opportunity to get a job? Or are there still going to be positions out there? And I'm being facetious and paraphrasing a little bit, but the question gets to, what is all this artificial intelligence, generative AI going to do to the opportunity for our students and future students to find a career, start a career?
This is probably far less of an issue for Notre Dame than it is for some other places, just to be straightforward. For students that are coming out of places like this with extreme rigor, with extreme critical thinking skills, with a depth of many different aspects, I don't think there's actually any danger of job reduction, just for me to be straightforward. Now, if you're walking more, and I've actually, fortunately or unfortunately, I've gone on the record to say, I do think we have somewhere in the 5 to 10% total job displacement. So I'm convinced that there will actually be more jobs, not less jobs. And I'll use the internet as the basic analogy. So compared to 1995, there's many jobs that have gone away. But here are all the jobs that got created. If in 1995 you stood up and said we're going to have 5 to 10 million web designers, people would have looked at you and said, what the hell is a web designer? If you had said at that time that you have, how many social media influencers are there out there? If you had said that advertising is going to shift from those forms to those. I mean, so we're really good. If there is a productivity advantage, you are going to create a whole set of new jobs that you can't really fully imagine. But if I turn around and tell you about this $4.5 trillion productivity, obviously there are some set of people driving that. So those are all new. I do think that purely repetitive, rote jobs, there will be some fraction of them. I estimate it at our company, and maybe we are not as efficient as some others, that about 6% is going to get displaced. But I said total employment will go way up. And this is what will appeal to every economist and business person in the room. If you look at more productive companies, because if you think you're taking jobs out, you're more productive. Do more productive companies get more market share or less market share? History has shown 100% the more productive company gets more market share because you can pass some of that productivity back onto your clients in lower cost and higher quality. If you get more market share, you're going to need a lot more people to do those tasks which are of actually great value to your customers. So this is where it's going to go. So I sort of then paraphrase the whole thing with people who use AI are going to displace people who don't use AI. It's kind of, I think, the best way to put it all into perspective.
Thank you for sharing that, because I think that'll put a lot of people at ease that are worried about that. I know we're out of time. Last question, quickly. Can the U.S. regain an advantage in chip manufacturing, do you think?
If we go fast. So legislation is one thing, but government also has to actually spend the money. I look at our friends in Japan. They did their equivalent of the CHIPS Act. They picked one, not many, after the U.S. did the CHIPS Act. Their first factory, the shell is up completely. By December of this year, it'll be fully populated with all the machines. They expect to be running pilot lines in 25. In our case, we are just digging holes in the ground right now. There's no shell anywhere against what we have done. So to me, this is about speed, and it is about government becoming a bit more risk tolerant as opposed to using it as a way to add on hundreds of social programs onto the back of the CHIPS Act. If you want to do that, maybe it'll work, but it'll take you 10 years, by which time the world has changed. Who knows whether we can get an advantage.
So, Arvind, we're going to have to, unfortunately, end it there. I'd keep you here another hour, but you'd be late for your board meeting, and Megan would kill me for throwing off for the rest of her schedule. But before you leave, I want to thank you more formally with a little gift that we have for you.
With the name.
With the name. Congratulations. Thank you, Arvind.
Thank you. Thank you.
And frankly, Arvind, you want to get a picture? Here, let's get a picture. After last weekend, we may ask you to suit up and play this weekend. Thank you.
I'm not sure the outcome would have been different. Be suited.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was great.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Arvind.
everybody.
Thank you, John,
Thank
for
you,
all
Megan.
you do for Notre Dame. What a phenomenal conversation to kick off this inauguration, and there is more to come. So this concludes our first session. We're going to take a brief break, but we invite you all to join us back here at 1 p.m. for our second session, where we are thrilled to welcome Sanda Ojiambo, the Assistant Secretary General, CEO, and Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact on Business as a Global Force for Good. The session is going to be moderated by Ann Thompson from NBC News. It's going to build on many of the conversations we just heard from. We're thrilled to welcome you back, and thank you again for joining us today for the forum.
Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Welcome to the DeBartolo Performing Arts Center at the University of Notre Dame. Please use this moment to take your phones out and be sure they are on silent mode. For your safety, please take a moment to locate the nearest exit, which may be different from the entrance you used. Our usher staff is here to assist you in case of an emergency. If you need access to captioning, Please scan the QR code found on the screens with your mobile device. Please welcome to the stage, Megan Sullivan.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our second session of this very special Notre Dame Forum as part of the inauguration of Reverend Robert A. Dowd, C.S.C., the University of Notre Dame's 18th president. For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Megan Sullivan. I'm the Wellesley College Family Professor of Philosophy and the founding director of Notre Dame's Institute for Ethics and the Common Good. I'll be your host and MC today. We have been reflecting on the theme for this year's Notre Dame Forum. What do we owe each other? We just had the opportunity for a wide-ranging and fascinating conversation with Arvind Krishna, the CEO of IBM, on the future of responsible technology. And now, we're turning our focus to business as a global force for good, with special guest Sanda Ojiambo, Assistant Secretary General, CEO, and Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact. As a reminder, please submit any questions you have during this session using the QR code that will be on the screen behind me. We will do our best to respond to as many questions as possible during our time together. We're also very pleased to be hosting this fireside chat in partnership with the Notre Dame Deloitte Center for Ethical Leadership. I am now honored to welcome our moderator for this session, Ann Thompson, NBC News' Chief Environmental Affairs Correspondent. Ann's reports appear across all platforms of NBC News, including NBC Nightly News, The Today Show, and MSNBC, with notable coverage including Pope Francis's papal tour, the United States-China climate deal, and the BP oil spill. Before being named an NBC News correspondent, Ann had been an award-winning general assignment reporter for WDIV-TV, the NBC affiliate in Detroit, where she worked for several years. Ann is a Notre Dame graduate and currently serves on the university's Board of Trustees. Thank you so much for being with us today. And Ann, I will turn it over to you to introduce our special guest.
Megan, thank you very much. And this spring, I want to come back and take Megan's class because it is legendary. Sanda, it's so good to have you here. This is your second visit to the university?
It is indeed, yes.
Has much changed in a year?
Well, I'll get to that in the questions, but I get a real sense of optimism and desire to solve. So I always enjoy being here. Yeah. As short as my trips always, I know I need to spend a lot more time.
Well, Sanda has given so much of her time already this morning meeting with our students and talking about the UN Global Compact and sustainability and how business can be a force for good. But let me give the audience a little bit about her personal history. Sanda was born in Kenya. She was educated at McGill University in Canada, where she got her undergraduate degree in economics and international development. She got her master's from the University of Minnesota in public policy. Then she embarked on a career working in both the public and private sector for some 2 decades. And all of that led her to where she is today as the CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact. And the UN Global Compact has more than 20,000 businesses signed on, and it extends over 160 countries. That's quite the reach. So first of all, for those who may not know, please tell us, what is the UN Global Compact?
Absolutely. So the UN Global Compact, or UNGC as we call it, is a part of the United Nations that works distinctly with business. So many of you will know the UN as an organization that brings together 193 countries around the world, but none of those countries function without a vibrant and ideally, hopefully prosperous private sector. So the Global Compact works with businesses, first of all, to just make sure that they're sustainable, that they're ethical, that they're doing good business. We have a set of 10 business principles that are founded on human rights, labor, the environment, and anti-corruption. We believe those are absolutely fundamental to any business functioning and functioning well. But, other than principles, what do? We build platforms for business leaders to sit with government and advocate for sustainable business and sustainable economies. We work with small and medium enterprises to build resiliency around that. We work on issues such as living wage, issues such as, how to decarbonize rapidly, how to bridge inequalities, and a whole wide range of areas. Of course, since 2015, with the advent of the Sustainable Development Goals, we look to see how businesses need to change their processes and their operations to contribute to the goals. Because when the goals were founded, it was for government, civil society, business, and the United Nations to sit together to solve these pressing problems. So that's some of the exciting stuff that we do at the UN Global Compact.
So what are the goals that the Global Compact has set out for businesses?
Well, there's a couple of things. I mean, first of all, we do need to do more. We're very clear that things work better with the collective. So we want to grow. We are a membership-based organization, and we know that the more we can recruit forward-thinking and forward-doing business leaders to our vision and our goals, we'll do better. But we also have some very practical KPIs. If I look at the area of climate, how rapidly can you decarbonize? How fast are you embracing and investing in green energy or renewable energy solutions? What are you doing to bridge inequalities? What do you do to make sure that workers have not just a minimum wage, but a living wage? What does it look like when you have good and fair gender representation, not only at the shop floor, but certainly in leadership and management? What are you doing around water resiliency and water stewardship? So we ask the sort of big macro questions. We aim to raise ambition. We want to challenge business leaders to just do more and do better. But most importantly, they need to do this in concert with government and with policymakers. It really does take us sitting around the table to be able to move and solve for some of these big issues.
Is this essentially what you're trying to do, is build bridges and pathways so no one business just thinks it has to do it on its own, that there is a support system?
Absolutely. And I think more importantly, I think that the challenges and the opportunities that we face today are probably very different from when business or the corporation started. I mean, business leaders now are solving for issues such as climate change. They're solving for issues such as how to do business in such a fractured geopolitical world. They're solving for that kind of stuff. And you can't do that sitting in isolation. No government can, and certainly no business can at the same time. So a lot of it is about, as I said, the power of the collective and how we get to sit around the table together. But I don't take that lightly or for granted, because now more than ever, the world is so fractured. We see political fractures, we see business fractures, we see societal fractures. So the simple act of sitting together to solve doesn't always happen easily.
How can business help solve the world's greatest challenges at the scale and the pace that the world needs?
If I knew that. Yeah, if we knew that, things would be radically different. There's a couple of things that I want to unpack there. First, the awareness that business, or the business of business, really isn't business, as was said years ago. It's really about solving for society's complexities. And if you can do that while you make money and while you build a customer base and while you hopefully figure out how to use our natural resources in a sustainable way, then that's great. But how can business solve? A couple of things. I have great respect for, how philanthropy and impact investment has helped solve. I see an extra boost of energy around businesses changing their operations, their processes, and how things work to drive forward on the goals. That is one. So shifting business operations. I think we also need strong business leadership. You can't take away the voice of the CEO in today's complex world. I think that's really important. We also need businesses, or rather big business specifically, to look at what the role of these small and medium enterprises. I mean, by and large, most of our economies drive and are driven by the SME sector. But I think it's probably only in the COVID pandemic era that we realize the fragility of that sector and the lack of resilience. So I don't think we can solve if we're not bringing along the SME sector, if we're not building resiliency, if we're not being sure that workers in these smaller enterprises have access to capital, to innovation, and continued access to markets. So there's a couple of ways, but for me it's, CEOs having a voice and advocating for what's good, building resiliency downstream, and I think thirdly, just really doing good and sustainable business.
The UN Global Compact has some really lofty goals. You want to address human rights, you want to address climate change. Where can business make the most immediate impact today? For example, the UN has sustainability goals for 2030. That's 6 years away. What can business do today that will encourage other businesses to reach those goals in 2030?
And again, it's a really complex question, because the way that the goals were designed, and I'm wearing the little pin here, is that there's 17 goals and they're all intertwined. And the fact is that, no one goal will sort of, trump the other. They're all interrelated. We can't only solve for climate or energy when we have poverty and hunger. We can't solve for water when we're not addressing the other. So I know it doesn't necessarily lend to an easy answer, because we need to move all 17 goals along. And, one of the taglines when the goals were founded is, leave no one behind, leave no goal behind. But I think there's perhaps a simpler way to look at it, and we've looked at it in the form of, I'm just going to say 6 transitions. So areas that are really important for moving forward, specifically if you look at where the world is now as opposed to 2015. And the first piece is on climate and energy. We know that here we're really grappling with a climate crisis. We're grappling with the fragility of the oil and gas industry. We are optimistic for what the green and the renewable energy industry looks like. So climate and energy is one. I think the second is food systems, so agriculture and food, because if we don't address food security, we will be in another crisis piece.
And if you don't address climate,
we won't be able to address food. And that's what I mean. Everything is interlinked.
Yeah.
And then there's some forward-looking pieces, like the digital transition. Maybe we didn't think about it back in 2015 or 2000, certainly. But there's so much that happens in the digital transition piece in terms of the future of work, the future of jobs, how we deal with data analytics and intelligence. And obviously that ties back to climate and energy. So, just illustrating that, there's another transition area around jobs and skilling. What does that look like? And then there's underpinned by global governance, because without strong institutions, we'll never be able to do any of the other pieces equitably. So perhaps a simpler way to look at it, where we've grouped some of the goals together. But I honestly can't answer that question. First of all, it's also like trying to ask you to choose your favorite child or your favorite sibling, because they really have to move together. Yeah. So it's not a simple answer, but I really do feel we need to move along with all of the goals. I think my biggest concern is if you looked at how much investment has gone into the goals. Goals that represent public goods that generally have no commercial value, so water, oceans, etc., continue to be the least invested in goals. Mm-hmm. We can see clear business cases on energy and climate. Investment is flowing towards those. And that doesn't really help.
Why is water such a difficult thing to get people to look at? Because without water, you can't live.
So, I have a couple of theories. I think we have failed to put a price on water. Now, humankind moves where there's a number. Is there a price to it? Is there an opportunity cost? And we just haven't effectively done that. So water isn't seen as the finite resource that it is. Politically, and very interestingly, it was just last year in 2023 that we had the second World Water Conference. A water conference had not been held for 47 years. So it also shows you that whereas we have a climate conference every year, we have a Human Rights Council meeting, we just haven't done that for water. So the world met for the first time in 47 years last year to talk about how to manage at a global perspective this resource called water. So there's some political challenges there, but I think there's also some pure, how do we value water? What is the laws and jurisdictions around water and oceans that are sorely lacking, but are beginning to take space and place a lot more? What does it play out at? There's millions of people in the world who just don't have access to safe drinking water. We have water sources that are polluted. And, it happens everywhere in the world, from Tokyo to LA to Syria to, my home country of Kenya. We're all struggling with water.
Yeah, well, it happened just a couple of 100 miles down the road here in Toledo. There was an algae bloom a couple of years ago in Lake Erie, and it polluted the water. But to your point on water, when in Laudato Si, Pope Francis' encyclical on the environment, he said that clean water is a human right. And it is so basic. I think it's something we take so for granted here in the United States. But so how do we make sure that everyone has access to clean water? Do you have to turn it into a business, or is it a role that government and business can do together?
I absolutely think it's something that government and business need to do together. I mean, obviously governments need to set the policy frameworks, the enabling environment. Business can come in and look at issues such as distribution and that sort of piece, but you need the two working in tandem. Things like water, and before I worked at the UN and certainly in corporate, I actually worked in the development sector. I worked with Care International and many others, and sometimes I was sort of at the front line of community projects where we were simply looking at issues such as access. How does a community decide this is a time for women and girls to come and fetch water, which in and of itself is a problem because it's only the women and girls walking hours to fetch water, versus how much time do you spend on using that water for agriculture or for, for livestock use and many others. So the problem solving starts from the top to the bottom. I love that you said it is a basic human right. I think, again, if you look at...
Pope Francis said it.
I'm sorry, the Pope said it. But where do we fall short? Where does the problem start? In how national budgets are determined. Because governments will still spend more on defense. They may spend more on X, Y, Z. And we just don't spend enough on water and water infrastructure. But it's the perfect case for business to come in and say, look, what are the strategic investments we can make in water infrastructure to get us there?
Well, and think about it. If you provide access to clean water, that helps lift people out of poverty. It helps with the gender issues, as you said, that are around. It makes your whole society better. Yeah, you lift everybody else. Let me ask you this. How do you determine what's a success at the UN Global Compact? What are your metrics for success?
Okay. So Father Ollie's sitting in here. He's on our board. So this might start becoming like a performance review kind of thing. But and let me just thank Father Ollie for his years of support for the Global Compact and sitting on our board. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Yeah. So what does success look like? At the United Nations, it wants to see the private sector work more in tandem with the UN and government. For me, and some of the success will play out in just 2 weeks, we have the UN General Assembly that's happening in New York City, where we bring together governments. But it's making sure the private sector is at the table, not simply because you need the financing or the investment, but because we agree that private sector is important in creating solutions that will solve for a lot of the world's problems. So for me, that's really important, the inclusion of it. It doesn't always happen easy because, to be honest, there's some countries, some governments that are terrified of corporate capture or the influence that the large corporate can have on the multilateral world, because there are some corporates whose P&L and revenues are much bigger than the GDPs of single economies. So how do we strike that balance where business is seen as a force for good, as we talked about, and not one that is simply there to promote its own interests? So for me, the inclusion of business when it matters is absolutely important for that. The second for me is to be able to have business leaders, as I say, use our platform to advocate for issues that are important to business, but also important for society. The third is actually to build a cohort of more responsible, resilient, and competitive businesses. So, it's not enough to simply say to business, because it's not an attractive incentive enough, hey, come join us to help us solve the world's problems. Businesses just need to also do good business. So the two have to be able to coexist.
So that leads me to the next question, because for a lot of businesses, I see the UN Global Compact, and it's like, oh, good, I can be a good citizen, but I can still do the not so good things that I'm doing, and what's called greenwashing. And it's basically, like I said, it's where businesses say one thing but do another. So how do you avoid that? How do you keep the Global Compact from becoming something that is good only in name only?
Look, if there's one thing that keeps me awake at night, it's that. I mean, we did say we're a membership organization. I think very alive to the fact that no business is perfect per se. What we look for in the Global Compact is progress. So are you doing more this year than you did last year? If you weren't great on your, decarbonization, have you set targets that are validated by science, and are you moving forward on it? What are you doing around your workers' minimum and living wage? What are you doing on building SME resilience? What do you do and what stands do you take when there's human rights violations, et cetera, et cetera? So we sort of start with, we know there's an end state, but actually even the goalposts for that end state will change over time. What was great business 20, 40 years ago is not great business now. So I think progress is the best way to look at it. But the greenwashing piece, is pretty serious. I know there's lots of concerns around that. If you look at the EU, for example, there's a plethora of regulation that is coming up to keep business in check. I think the questions you ask is regulation is great, compliance is great, but we can't only react to laws and regulations. We need to be able to do business inherently well.
Here in this country, I think there is a natural reluctance to regulation, especially from the business standpoint. It is just not part of who we are. Yeah. Let us go do the thing, and we'll be okay. So how do you encourage businesses to do the right thing without putting up so many guardrails that they can't do anything?
Yeah. It's quite the dance between business policy and regulations. I think first an agreement on what the right thing is. Mm-hmm. So I think it's also to encourage government to see what the right thing is. I always say, when things are tough, we've got to be sure that we're solving for the same thing. So what's the problem we're trying to solve for as we put this regulation in place? Do we see it in a way that is not a zero-sum game, that you can win and I can win and hopefully society can win, is the way that I think would be the ideal piece around regulation. It's not always so. Sometimes you have to regulate because there's poor behavior that needs to be put in check. And I think that's been important for climate. It's been important for a couple of other things. And then it's really important to be able to set a global framework, sort of lift the floor on some of the things that are just not generally good business or policy practice at all. So, incentives need to be in the right place, but I think we also need to be sure that we're all collectively lifting this good business behavior forward.
Mm-hmm. So you reward that good business behavior. If you can reward it,
that's absolutely great.
What are the biggest obstacles to achieving the goals you've set out in the Global Compact? Where do you get the most reluctance, pushback?
Probably get the most pushback because we have a business model that on the face of it looks successful, but on the long term isn't. And I think sometimes it's very hard to convince people, irrespective of where they lie in the business continuum, large and successful businesses or emerging businesses, that we actually need to stop because there's one world and the resources are finite. So that for me is one of the biggest challenges. And many times people will ask, show me the evidence, show me the business case, tell me that decarbonizing now is important and not in 20 years. Show me that if I don't offer a standard wage or a living wage, my workers will leave. And there's not enough of those cases because, quite frankly, in a world that is so polarized with the inequalities, sometimes there's not enough of a business case to demonstrate why it's important to do good. I think for me that is the first thing, and there's not enough documentation around that. The second, I don't think we always have the most robust policy frameworks to drive this forward. And I think, with more work and thinking around what it is that we're putting policy and legislation in place for, not only at a national level, but at a collective level, we could definitely solve for some of those bigger challenges. For the Global Compact, we continue to grow. We have doubled our membership over the last 4 years, which is incredible, from about 12,000 to close to 22,000. What do we hear most from people? They're like, we want to do this, but it takes a lot. I have a CEO of one of the largest energy companies in Europe, and he just said, look, if I'm to balance the principle-led work, which I think is important for a CEO, with the growing regulation in the EU, with the growing regulation in Latin America where I work, it's a lot of it's a heavy investment in people. He says, I'm going to do it because I have the resources to do it, but I don't know that everybody will. And, what are the trade-offs that you need to make as a leader of a corporation in that regard?
I think there's been, especially in the sustainability sector, there was initial reluctance because the thought was you can't make a profit and, transition to clean energy. And that's not the case.
That's not the case. Yeah. And I think, the energy in the climate space it's a really strong space to start moving on what a good business case looks like, because I think it's there. Mm-hmm. And I think we're all alive to the fact that resources in this area, will not last us forever. It's more difficult on things like gender. Yeah. Does it really make a significant difference to have more women in the workplace? From a financial perspective, a decision's different. What will change in my business? It's more difficult if you think about issues like wages, when you could get away with, less than sustainable wages. It's more difficult when you look at trying to bridge inequalities, because, a fantastic statistic, I don't know if it's still the same now, but, business by and large is doing business with just 1% of the world, There's 99% from a consumer perspective, but it's generally not your customer, really, because they can't really afford a lot of high-value goods, high-value parts of the economy, and we could do better by creating product lines that really cater to the person that lives on $1 a day or $2 a day. They all have the same aspiration. Everybody wants to, use toothpaste. Everybody wants to have a good meal at night. Everybody wants to watch some TV, but a lot of products are priced out of that.
Yeah, they want to
and everyone wants education for their kids.
They want to educate their kids. They want to live in a safe neighborhood.
Absolutely.
They want to put good food, clean, healthy food on the table.
Yeah.
We're not all that different, are we?
Absolutely. Human beings are really the same around the world. They really are.
Let me ask you, because we are here at Notre Dame and we're in the business of educating the next generation of leaders, how do we ensure that this generation that's in school now is equipped to handle the crises that we can see in the world today, and more importantly, the crises that we can't see?
That question gets asked to me everywhere, and it was asked me about 2 hours ago with the students that I sat with as well. And what is so impressive is that young people today are not asking questions about today. They're really asking about the future. What's the future of work? How are we going to apply technology to what's happening? What's going to happen, 10, 20 years from now? How will we coexist as societies? And I think they're a really, really set of important questions. Business schools, education around the world, I think has a huge challenge and opportunity ahead of us, because there's so much that is unknown about the world. When I was talking to the students earlier today, and a lot of them were asking for practical career advice, what should I do? But then statistics tell us that pretty much half of the jobs that they're going to work in the next 20, 30 years don't even exist now. So how do we navigate this uncertainty, keep minds open, keep minds inquiring, but keep minds, I think, in still a global perspective where they're ready to embrace the world, embrace the uncertainty that exists, and actually embrace human society. Because my biggest worry is the breakdown of the fundamentals of human society and relationships, and the risk of looking inward at everything that we do and not embracing the world, yet we share all of the same resources. So, I think schools have an important opportunity to talk about sustainability, to keep global perspectives on top of the agenda, continue to grow inquisitive minds, but also I think to demonstrate that business can really be a force of good, because, people may be entrepreneurs, they may be business leaders, they might work in civic society, but, there will always be, I think, business driving the economy.
So how do you educate a business leader to be a force for good? Is it ethics? Is it philosophy? Is it, I assume it's not accounting, but maybe it is. But what?
Look, now you've offended all the accountants.
Sorry, accountants, I'm so sorry. No, but what is it that makes someone want to be, or how do you educate a leader, a business leader, to do good?
So we have a program at the Global Compact called PRIME, the Program for Responsible Management Education. For about 20 years, we've been looking with close to 800 universities as to how business leadership or business management education needs to change, to be in tandem with the problems that we're solving. Last year, we did a survey, and we asked about 2,000 CEOs how well-equipped they felt to deal with the challenges that we've gone through in the last 4 years. 100% of them, north, south, east, west, large companies, small companies, said they felt totally inequipped. Right? So there is a huge opportunity, I think, to revamp what business education looks like. Because if we want to have better business leaders, we really need to be able to do that. What's totally impressed me about being here, and I sat with students earlier, all of them students of business and other areas, is the combinations that they're doing. Finance and political science, real estate and sustainability, human rights, and it's such a plethora. And I just think it's that looking at the multidisciplinary ways that you can address business and be in business will be absolutely key. When we asked CEOs a year ago, what are the top 10 issues that keep you awake at night? None of them were business. It was how to deal with the climate crisis, how to deal with inequality, what to do with a workforce that is polarized around issues such as women's rights, what to do to address race relations, etc. Honestly, the top 10, geopolitics, what to do when borders are closing. Nobody mentioned business in its purest sense at all.
Well, we have some questions from the audience. And first of all, let me start here. Education is a pathway out of poverty, but teachers in many countries do not receive a living wage. What is the Global Compact doing to engage business to support teachers and education around the world?
So we work in education, but not in the way that the question is phrased, quite frankly. As I mentioned, we work around, with a set of business schools, 800 schools around the world, to look at how we can change business management education. So not anything that I engage with directly, but I could take it from the angle of perhaps what the United Nations does as a whole. Last year we held the Transforming Education Summit globally to just look at how we need to transform education, the entire education system from top to bottom. And in there was teachers, the important role they play, the wages they receive, the respect they should have, the amount of investment that needs to go into the teacher, not only into research and other critical areas of the education system, but frankly, not particularly an area of our mandate, but obviously a lot of support for it.
In the U.S., we have seen some pushback against investing with the environmental, social, and governance framework. How do you respond to the skeptics of your work?
This question comes up all the time in the context of the U.S., and it is very, context specific, because it's not the case in Europe, it's not the case in Asia and Latin America. So, our take on the ESG pushback is it does have, a lot of political winds behind it as well. At the most fundamental base, I guess, what's the question that the average American is asking is my pension safe? I've worked the shop floor for 30 years. I want to be sure that I'll be able to get my money out, pay for my kids' education, etc. So it's a fundamental question that we would all ask. I just think it's been polarized and it's been politicized. The belief the lack of belief in the climate crisis, lack of belief in a desire to invest in communities and social cohesion, etc., has challenged a lot of ESG funds and those sort of investment opportunities. What do? We continue to keep our eye on it because we really believe it's absolutely important. We have a local network or a country chapter in the US that works actively with US businesses. We sit with policymakers to talk about the importance of ESG. We link ESG to the Sustainable Development Goals because we think they're a key wind that can move us along a huge tailwind. But, most of all, we hope that in a couple of, seasons, we will get back to ESG and ESG investing, because if you separate them first, they are intertwined. We can't solve, again, for the environmental without a socially cohesive society, and we certainly need better governance around our institutions. It's a tough hill right now for the moment, but there's a lot more people that believe in ESG than don't. I think there's just a lot more noise by the skeptics. So we need to push more a little bit around what is good within ESG. We don't hear enough about that.
I think some people look at ESG and think it's some kind of socialist program, as opposed to this is what businesses can do good, so let's focus on that good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This is a lovely question. You are a leadership role model for so many. Do you have any suggestions for young women in particular who are looking to work in the sustainability and development fields?
Sure, just do it. No, that's a simple answer. Look, I think, young women around the world, you can work in any field. I think the time is sort of past for that. What keeps me most anxious is seeing the low number of women, particularly, that work in STEM, in science, technology, engineering, and maths. And I think there's a real strong investment that needs to be done in the signals that we give, the mentorship that can happen in there, and the opportunities that we create. I'll just give you a quick anecdote, because I did work in the telecommunications industry before. And we had to set up...
Safari.com.
I worked for Safaricom, which is a telco operator in Kenya. But, I talk to young women and say, why don't we have enough women engineers? Because I was running the sustainability docket and I had to look at inclusivity. And I said to them, we had to go back to literally high school and sponsor girls in science and tech and mentor them through university and get them into the workplace. And I said, well, you know, why? Why isn't the case? And they said, you know, because we've just never seen a woman engineer. We've never seen a woman in a hard hat, climbing up a base station or doing whatever at the same time, yet looking elegant in her dress and heels later and being a great mom, daughter, sister, or however you want to see her. And that just for me underscored the importance of role models of mentorship because they exist. And I think anytime we can give a hand up to a young girl or woman, and that hand can be from a male or a female, it's not only women that need to mentor other women, I think we'll just change that. So, you know, they just hadn't seen enough of what it was that they were aspiring to. And you can't really become what you haven't seen.
Our world has so many problems now. We have the war in Gaza, we have the war in Ukraine, we have the war in Sudan. So what role can small business play in making an impact on world issues?
You know, small businesses play such an important part in economies. You know, SMEs drive economies. In the US, it thrives on small business, as does Japan, as does, you know, many other economies. So I would say, I think, first of all, understanding the value that they give to society in terms of creating jobs, in terms of providing incomes, truly, really important, holding communities together. I think where the challenge lies in it is embracing issues such as sustainability or the goals, because small business owners tell us it's a lot to take on. You know, how do we do it? I see a huge responsibility and opportunity by the multinational, the large corporate, to help build that resilience and make sure that they can access, as I said earlier, capital, markets, technology, innovation, you know, to keep them alive and well. But again, you know, small businesses are so fundamental to the functioning of society. I think it's you know, if there's a political environment that needs to be created for them to thrive, then so be it. We saw it in the pandemic. I mean, I was sitting in Kenya at the time when the pandemic broke out, and I remember, you know, this huge challenge that arose because, you know, everyone had moved their production lines to producing sanitizer. But, you know, the widget that you put in the pump just, you know, was in short supply. So here we are trying to think, well, how are we going to safely, you know, sanitize our hands, yet you can't pump correctly? And there lay the lesson in how important the small business is, because they were producing that widget.
Yeah, without that piece, the sanitizer doesn't work. Yeah. And finally, how do you maintain, we said over 20,000 companies across 160 countries. So in our polarized world, how do you maintain unity within your organization?
The simple answer actually is we don't. No, we don't. And I think it's I don't know if there's unity at Notre Dame either, but I think what's really important is understanding different people's perspectives and figuring out what you can do to solve when there's a crisis or when people aren't seeing eye to eye. I very much embrace challenge. I love challenge and I love feedback and I love critique when people say this isn't working. So actually for me, a unified, at least an intellectually unified organization would trouble me. Because then perhaps we're not being as ambitious as we need to be. The unity that I would love to have is a unity around humanity and just respecting the human being, trying to make the world a better place. But I'm very much for any other type of disunity because it will help us have a conversation and it will help us really understand what's going wrong. And I don't say that lightly. I just say that I think it's great to have voices of dissent within an organization. It's great to have people who challenge your perspectives and get you to think better and different.
I've always thought that questioning is a great thing. It's not a source of anger, it's a source of interest, and it is also a source of growth.
Absolutely.
Finally, I want to ask you the question that Father Bob has posed for all of us. What do we owe each other?
Right. I think we owe each other three things. We owe each other solidarity. We all live in one world. That world looks very different depending on where you sit and stand. You know, I'm testament to that. I have lived and worked in New York for the last 4 years. Prior to that, I worked on the African continent. My grandparents grew up in a very rural African village where my mother was one of those that walked, you know, kilometers to fetch water. But she ended up in Harvard doing her PhD and, you know, educated all of us. But, you know, the solidarity, I think, is one. The world is one. And so we owe each other, you know, just the thought that we live in one world. And the world will not prosper if only one part of the world prospers. So that's the first, just understanding we're all in it together. I think we owe each other empathy. We come at the world from very different angles, and I think sometimes taking that moment to sit in someone's shoes is absolutely very important. Then I think we owe each other compassion. We've all been through such difficult times, and I think understanding that we're at such a fragile place as human beings, as society, as communities will take us forward. Now, we all owe that to each other, and political leaders also owe that to all of us. And I think there needs to be accountability in all ways.
Well, I think if we all start practicing solidarity, empathy, and compassion, our world will be a better place, and it shows that business can be a force for good. Sanda Ojiambo, thank you so much for spending your time today. And you don't leave Notre Dame without a gift. We have here this,
there we go. We got the bottom part.
Hello. At any rate, this is a tile representing the Word of Life mural, which is also known around here as Touchdown Jesus. Okay. I hope it hangs in your house better than I just did it. But this is our gift to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to thank ASG Ojiambo and Anne for an extraordinary second session and continuing and expanding our conversation, and for coming to be with us here to celebrate the inauguration. We are now going to take a 15-minute break before our next session with David Rockefeller Jr. He's a noted philanthropist and environmentalist. We're going to continue to talk about these themes of sustainability and solidarity. Jack Brennan will be our moderator. We're going to return at 2 p.m., so you're not going to want to go too far. Please stay with us, and thank you again to ASG Ojiambo and to Anne.
Welcome to the DeBartolo Performing Arts Center at the University of Notre Dame. Please use this moment to take your phones out and be sure they are on silent mode. For your safety, please take a moment to locate the nearest exit, which may be different from the entrance you used. Our usher staff is here to assist you in case of an emergency. If you need access to captioning, please scan the QR code found on the screens with your mobile device. Welcome to the University of Notre Dame DeBartolo Performing Arts Center. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage, Megan Sullivan.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to our third session of this very special Notre Dame Forum as part of the inauguration of Reverend Robert A. Dowd, C.S.C., the 18th president of the University of Notre Dame. My name is Megan Sullivan. I'm the Wilsey Family College Professor of Philosophy and Director of the University Ethics Initiative, and I'm your MC this afternoon. So far today, we have heard from global leaders on the future of responsible technology, the ethics of business, and the impacts that those have on society. Our next session is building on this discussion, but focusing on the legacy of giving back, and we are thrilled to welcome our special guest, David Rockefeller Jr. Just as a reminder, if you're joining us, a QR code will be available on the screen throughout this session if at any point you would like to submit a question. It is my privilege to welcome our moderator, Jack Brennan. Jack is the retired chairman and CEO of Vanguard, one of the world's largest investment firms. He graduated from Dartmouth College with an AB degree and received an MBA from Harvard Business School. Jack has served as a member of Notre Dame's Board of Trustees since 2009 and served as our board chair for 9 years. Thank you, Jack, for being with us today and for your extraordinary leadership at our university.
Thank you very much, Megan. It's fabulous, simply great to be here. I'm not sure we've said enough. Megan is the role model of a university citizen. She's a fabulous teacher, fabulous researcher, great philosopher, and anything we ask her to do, she does, including spending her day with us today. And it's been a great day so far, hasn't it, for our prior sessions. And, one of the lessons in life that I learned early on was never be the moderator who follows Ann Thompson. They stuck it to me again. It's just great job, Ann. That was a simply fabulous session following on this morning's. So listen, it's a special treat here. We invited David Rockefeller to join us, and he said, let me check my calendar. And then he said, whatever's on my calendar, I will change, and I will be there to celebrate with you for Father Bob's inauguration. And one of the fun things is he is not the first David Rockefeller to be here. Behind us, somewhere, will pop up a picture of, look to your right. Recognize those fellows? That is David Rockefeller's dad receiving an honorary degree from Father Ted in the University of Notre Dame. So, David, we found that in the archives, and that's a little bit of the payback for joining us. Listen, it's always more fun to hear from a distinguished guest like this than to hear about him. So I encourage you to read his bio in the booklet. It's an incredibly impressive bio, and I want to give you just my thumbnail of that rather than what it says in there. The simple thing is he has lived a life in answer to the question, what do we owe others? More than many people or most people we know, he has done that. If you think about it, he served in leadership roles in very important nonprofit organizations, began his career at Boston Symphony. He's served in leadership roles at philanthropic institutions of a variety of types that make a huge difference in the world for others. And his personal life and personal behaviors and personal philosophies are role models, is a role model for people who want to answer that question in their own lives. It's singularly impressive. To sum it up, he has lived a stewardship life. You're probably getting mad at me when I'm done with this, but
and I've had fun.
Yeah, he's given up his time, his treasure, and especially his immense talent to make an impact on others. And so I can't think of anybody better to talk about making the answer to that question live and personal. And there are lessons in our conversation, I hope, for all of us to take away, because what we're going to do is delve a little bit into the family. I think it's pretty easy to say there hasn't been as impactful a philanthropic family as the Rockefellers in this country, starting with his great-grandfather, John D. Rockefeller. I'm going to delve a bit into some of the specific areas and how they've gone about making that impact, and I'll share just a quick list in a second. And then, obviously, time for questions. So the QR code is there. Please share your questions with us. I thought I'd just start with a list of, and this is not a comprehensive list of things, and they fall into 6 categories. Start with education. The Rockefellers funded the first historically black women's college, Spelman College in Atlanta, named after your grandmother?
Great-grandmother.
Great-grandmother. They started the University of Chicago. Go to the arts. Lincoln Center in New York, the Museum of Modern Art in New York, started by the Rockefellers. Global engagement, as we just heard such a fascinating conversation in the prior panel. They donated the land for the UN in New York City. The environment, 10 national parks have been the product of the generosity of the Rockefeller family. Global relations, the premier hospital in China, through all the change that's happened since the 1920s, was founded and funded by the Rockefellers. And last and certainly not least, science and medicine. Not many of you may have heard of a place called Rockefeller University in New York City. One of the preeminent medical institutions in the world, with, we think, 28 and counting Nobel Prize winners in this narrow field of science and medicine. They don't have any poets or others. It's an incredible, so the family is a role model, and we'll get into a little bit how we could get some of this Gilded Age people to be the same. But David, with that background, let's just start out. And the theme of our talk of our forum is, what do we owe each other? Just talk a little bit about, at the highest level, how the family, starting 4 generations ago, 3 generations, you're the 4th, how you fell into this habit of trying to make a difference for others with the good fortune you've come from the commercial side of things, as we were discussing in the last panel.
Well, thank you, Jack, and thank you, Notre Dame, for such a great welcome. My father has obviously been here before, but it's my first visit, and I can feel the special flavor of Notre Dame on the campus, so thank you very much. Second, before I answer the question, Jack told me, he tipped me off on the questions he was going to ask, so I decided to prepare some answers, which I will have to look down to remember every once in a while, and let's hope that the answers still fit the questions.
He doesn't realize I changed the list.
We'll know soon.
So that's the SAT student's nightmare, to be wrong on what to get off cycle 1, and you get a 200.
So we'll see how we go here. But thinking about the early motivation in my family for giving back, I think there are some internal reasons for why my great-grandfather, John D. Rockefeller, and his wife, Laura Spelman Rockefeller, at the same time that he was developing Standard Oil in the late 19th century, began to think about what they were going to do with the wealth that they were so rapidly, as it turned out, accumulating. So I think a couple of internal forces, and one was really their deep religious belief. The family had Northern Baptist background, and they were very, very religious people, both John and Laura. And so that led to a values set that meant that if you were in business to make money, you also had to be thinking about the way you were doing it, the lives you were affecting, etc. And I think, frankly, the other element was the role of women early in my family. The women who married into the family were very strong women. Laura was, Abby Aldrich was with John Jr., my mother certainly was, and my aunts. And so there was a very strong female force in guiding the early days of the family. Then, of course, there were external forces. It wasn't that long after the Civil War that oil was found in Ohio, Pennsylvania, etc., and the country was still recovering from that horrible clash between the North and the South. And certainly immigration from abroad. There were a lot of people seeking a fortune here or getting away from the terrors of their own lives. So we were being built, as we still are today, thank heavens, by immigrant force. And then I think in response to all of that, there were some public relations assistance that happened along the way. You'll be familiar with this, Jack, that you want to do the right thing and you're on the hot seat, and sometimes it takes somebody from outside to help you think about how to position yourself, because John D. Rockefeller was becoming both at one point the wealthiest man in the world and therefore to some extent because of that one of the people most hated at one time. So how do you deal with that?
You know, it's a problem that people face today. We have
Yes,
great
it is.
fortunes that have been created largely in technology and other businesses. And they can only hope in some ways, David, to get through it like your family has. And then, you know, one of the things that's in the wall at Rockefeller Center is a quote, which is, "For every right implies a responsibility, every opportunity an obligation, every possession a duty." Sort of a family motto. Yeah. And it's alive today in the seventh generation.
It is.
Certainly vibrant in yours. And how is it structured? How does the Rockefeller family continue to be prominent, and I would say humble philanthropists, making a big impact today? It can't be genetic, but it must be something like genetic. I know I'm getting over my head here, like John Veihmeyer with computers.
Yeah, we'd have to ask the university about the genetic part, but no, I think it's and those words, and I brought actually a copy. They're incredible. It's my grandfather John D. Jr. who wrote them and had them. It's his credo, 10 points, and when you go to Rockefeller Center, you'll find them on the east side of the skating rink. So if all he had done is write those words, and when we went to Sunday lunch with him, speak those words, they wouldn't have had the power that they did. What he did was live those words. And as my dad did, and his brothers and sister, as my grandmother did. And so that was the teaching. The teaching was how he lived his life. He didn't just go on carriage drives, which he did as well. He built carriage roads, public roads for other people to ride on and walk on that exist in Acadia Park, for example, in the state of Maine. I hope many of you may have been there. And not only did he build the roads, he imagined the beautiful stone bridges that were created by Italian masons in the 20s. And so jobs came out of his vision, as well as public access to beautiful places, creating Rockefeller Center, etc. So he lived his words, and we saw that. That's what made a difference.
It really is. It's interesting. It's sort of kitchen table teaching in the best sense. And you all continue to do it. It's a vital part. I mean, you could have taken many paths in your own personal career. You went to the trade school in Cambridge, correct? A law school. It's not as well known or as focused on good as ours is in Cambridge.
We're working on it.
And you, kidding aside, there are lots of paths for David Rockefeller. And as I said, you've really led a stewardship life that partly to follow in your dad was a commercial guy. He was a great public servant and everything else, but he was a commercial guy, headed Chase Manhattan Bank. Very interesting, and we're lucky that people like you do that. Was it inspired by the sort of example of your grandfather and then your dad and his part-time side of things? How do you go down that path and have such an impact personally?
So think of my going to these second-rate places in the early 60s and the environment of the 60s. And it was an environment of turmoil, of challenging the traditions of the past. I know Father Ted revolutionized this organization, this great campus, by bringing women onto it. What a great change that was.
Hold on. You got to clap, right? Whenever we hear that, we clap.
So that was a context, and the context within our family was not just, oh, you relatives are so great, we're going to just follow the way that you went. But I think, in a sense, what we did was make a decision. We are going to follow the values, but we're going to do it in our own way. And so my dad was a banker. I was trained as a lawyer, but that didn't look quite right. I went into the music business, into the orchestra business. But really, I know what I was doing was training myself to become a steward. If you'd interviewed me at that time, I would have denied it. But as I look back, I realized that it was part of what I was doing, but also following a passion. And I think that's, stewardship is kind of a heavy word. And, if you talk to a daughter or son of yours and said, I'd like you to be a steward of the things that I value, that might not work out in the best way. But if you were to say, I want you to be passionate about whatever you do in your life, and also live by values that respect other human lives and the global realities of our world, but go out and do it in your own way, then I think that's the answer to giving your children a path to success in their own way, but if you're lucky, following your own values.
It's very apt advice and observation for, we hope continually that our young people who leave this place will have a slightly differentiated sense of purpose in the world and passions in the world. And our prior guest was talking about the people she met in the mix of finance and peace studies, and it's that kind of thing. So I hope it's motivational to people in the audience, whether parents or grads or students. One last question about the family, and I told David he could tell me to buzz off on this one, but I'm just fascinated. There were a whole bunch of Rockefellers, if you will, in the Gilded Age at the turn of the century, Rockefeller-like families. But the one that has, in a sense, kept it together as a force for good is you all. Is there something unique about, and again, I'm flattering you, and so you don't like it, but yeah. What do you think? Because it's relevant as we think about the future for the people who have built these great fortunes today. Is it, again, observation that leads to activities for future generations? Is it structure? Why you and not some of the other great names of 1910?
Well, I won't talk about why other families haven't made it. I think there probably is one distinguishing reason, which is Rockefeller is an unusual name, and so the brand is memorable, whereas Kennedy is a more common name, let's say.
Especially around Irish Catholic places like this.
That's why I chose it. But I would say in our case, I'll talk, Jack, about what I think has helped us to retain the longevity that we have, and no promises into the future, but, looking back 7 generations now. And I think the first, which really, really is a strong theme, and frankly, Jack is a continuing part of it, is to get good, independent advice from people who aren't members of the family, and recognize that you have no hold on intelligence and vision. So from the very beginning, my great-grandfather, grandfather, uncles, father, aunts, etc., looked to other people whom they could trust. I think that is the most essential ingredient of success in a family that could decide they know everything there is to know about the world, and they're going to do it alone. I don't think that works. The second is some attention to brand reinforcement, occasionally calling places with our name that we're proud of: Rockefeller Center, Rockefeller University, Rockefeller Foundation, etc., are probably the three best known. So there is some reinforcement there. Then on the more social side, we have not only the family office that Jack is helping so well to lead in the company Rockefeller Capital Management, but we have a social family office whose job is to know all of our addresses and phone numbers, the names of our children, spouses, etc., and to get us together a couple of times a year. And they get us together. Jack knows one of these places in the family kind of homestead in Westchester County. We also have had collective places in Wyoming and the Tetons on the coast of Maine. So physical places and a social organizing force have been very, very important to us. And then finally, the act of making philanthropic decisions together, not so much business decisions. As Jack will know better than I, businesses can tear families apart, right? And they don't always, but there's a big risk. Whereas philanthropy tends, I think, to draw people together, and that's true in our case.
I think one of the takeaways from that, it's a beautiful answer, is it can't be haphazard.
True.
And it takes leadership. You've been the leader of your generation, and it really is a disciplined process to maintain. It's a remarkable legacy, and again, you hope that, however big or small our means are, if we want to be a force for good, we follow those examples. It's tremendous. We're going to switch gears. We have a beautiful mission statement for the university, David, but the short form is to be a force for good in the world.
Wonderful.
And it permeates. You've got a sense for it today in your visit. It permeates so much of what we do here. And we want to be an increasingly, and it sort of started in the country, and then our ambition and our reality switched to global engagement. Your family's been global for 100 plus years. I wonder if you just maybe share why that was important and remains vitally important. You're a grant maker all over the world to important causes. I mentioned the hospital in Beijing that has survived from the early days through various regimes, and you still visit every now and then, and it's a royal visit when you come. Just talk about global engagement and why it's mattered, and how you think about it as a philanthropist.
Well, it's such an important subject, but if you think back 100 years ago, it was not easy to travel. When my grandparents went to Beijing to help to open the Peking Union Medical Center in Beijing, I think the trip in total took them 2 months. Today, in today's world, you could go there tomorrow and get back the next day if you had to.
I've done that a couple of times.
Yes, that's not advisable, but possible. World War I had concluded, but not as successfully as we had all hoped, and that had certainly caused all of us in the U.S. to be more aware of the rest of the world and the power of the rest of the world. What I think my grandparents saw when they went to Beijing, and they also were in Japan that same trip, was the incredible sophistication and culture and language and different costumery and so forth, architecture of a part of the world that was very difficult to access. And I think that began for them an appreciation of the positives and, frankly, the risks that lay in the rest of the world. And on my grandmother's side, she came from a family called Aldrich in Providence, Rhode Island, that had been very much in the trading business, and they were very aware of the world because of the trading. And she had a great aesthetic. And I think, interestingly, the combination of business, which was also, by the way, carried out in the Far East, the Standard Oil Company, as it looked around the world for resources of oil, they were certainly there as well. So business and culture kind of fused and gave my family a perspective on the globe that 100 years ago I think was hard to come by. And but increasingly important, because now you just can't deny, in 100 years ago, you could almost deny that the rest of the world was important. You shouldn't have, but you could. Today, that, it seems to me, is impossible, and airplanes have brought that, and hopefully universities such as Notre Dame will encourage that kind of spirit, the importance of not just being with one's own tribe, and the incredible excitement of learning from people who are not. And I know that's a very important ambition of yours.
We have as high a population of students who go overseas as any school in the country.
That's wonderful.
We will bring more students to visit us. You had a chance to get exposed to the Keough School of Global Affairs, which is the first, coincidentally, the first new school. We probably started 100 years after your grandparents were in Beijing.
Yep.
First new school we'd started here. So it's very much a part of it. Obviously, the Catholic Church is an incredibly global and important global institution. So there's a lot of lessons in there. But your family track is not dissimilar from ours, where we think we want to educate people and send them home and bring good things to them, and we're better off for learning from there. So it's
it needs to go
journey.
both.
It goes both ways, absolutely. Yeah. Let me stay on higher ed for a minute. I mentioned Rockefeller U. I mentioned Spelman and U Chicago. Education, obviously, deeply rooted in the family's early and ongoing. You support many. You're a great grant maker to institutions like ours and others. Is that to lift people up? What's the motivation around the big commitment to education in going all the way back? But then today, you're still a very powerful force and important grant makers to higher ed.
Gosh, well, I'm sure that it would be a different answer for many different members of the family. I have a couple of members of the family who have been very attached to Teachers College at Columbia, for example, a great place not only of learning but of developing the future teachers of America. I think COVID has been a big slap in the face for people who, if they thought education wasn't important, and all of a sudden you're looking at some poor kids who lost nearly 2 years.
Yep.
And some of whom have been troublesome in the cities, and big cities especially are still trying to catch up. So I think the question of whether education is important is, in a sense, easy to answer. How education should operate is kind of a different question, and we're still, I think, in this nation struggling with that. What's the role of private education, of public education? Should there be more experiments? Should we support the public schools, or should we do both? And what are the ways that we need to respond, God knows, to AI and all the opportunities of shortcutting on the one hand, and the possibilities of incredible cheating and bypassing true education on the other. I mean, I think we've got a challenge right now that we've never seen the likes of before, and it's very exciting and it's terrifying, don't you think?
It is, and higher ed, elite higher ed, has a bit of a brand problem right now. Mm-hmm. And you know some leaders in that space, have been around them. You think it's a temporary hiccup for, obviously, the collective work of what the best universities in this country, and they're the best in the world, do is remarkable, but you don't see a lot of those headlines and haven't for a while. You think it's a cyclical thing? Do you think there's something structural that, as an observer and a supporter of higher ed, particularly the best schools, there's something that needs to change structurally or fundamentally?
I am sure that big changes need to occur, but it's probably important to start by saying for ambitious young people around the world, getting a higher education in the U.S. is still we're at the top. The question is, I think what you're asking is, are we at risk of losing some of that edge? And I think there are a number of very fundamental issues here. And one of them that I've been speaking with some of your leadership about today, which I don't have the answer to, but I think we need to put some real thought into, is the next cohort. You were in the process of bringing a new president aboard. That's a huge deal. And my question is, what will the capacities be of future college and university leadership to meet the challenges that are coming on us very quickly, whether there's social and political challenges, financing challenges, cultural challenges, etc. And my question, and I certainly don't know the answer, is there a new model of university leadership that needs to be seriously taken? We've already gone past the model of hiring the smartest guy in the room to academically to do something which is basically administrative. So I think that and allied with that challenge is, who's going to want to do it if the job looks as tough as Congress, by the way, is making it, right? So I think that's just the leadership part. I mean, there are many other elements which you're more familiar with than I am, Jack. I mean, financing. How long are people going to be able to afford to pay the price? And the more the price goes up, the more that the clientele is going to challenge whether it's worth it. And if you have remote ed, which of course during COVID got some play and some effectiveness, I'd have to say, so you're going to have obviously those challenges. Diversity is on the one hand, what I deeply believe in is the necessary condition for all of us getting along in the world. We not only need to believe abstractly in it, we need to come up against people who are not ourselves, understand them, understand their ways, their backgrounds. But that creates a climate of some discomfort and disagreement. So how are universities going to help us collectively deal with, in my view, the necessity of diversity and the difficulty of being with people who are different from yourselves and who believe differently? Some people could look just like you and believe very differently. That's a different kind of diversity, which we need to deal with. So just those are a couple of reflections.
Those are very provocative thoughts, because it is a challenging time. And a couple of the schools that have had real challenges aren't going to even do a search for a president for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
And I think it's a clever strategy, actually, in many ways, don't you? In terms of just letting things cool down.
I do.
Let's take a look and assess what needs to happen.
Yeah, because I think it's going to be very hard to recruit into the fire. Yeah.
So let me, another part of the DNA at Notre Dame is public service.
Yeah, wonderful.
We have a great pipeline of people who've gone off, and instead of going to investment banking, go work in the nonprofit world.
Yeah.
The Keough School is largely about that, and that's booming with our undergrads at this stage. Your family has a great legacy. One of the fun things about being at the family homestead is the portraits and of people, and David gives a great tour. So you're all welcome whenever. Just let us know. We'd love to have you. But the vice president, a couple of governors, senators. Again, they could have taken your dad's path, and they took a different path. Again, how does that happen? Is it, again, role modeling from prior generations? It's a great thing, and it's fallen out of favor a little bit societally to go into public service.
Yeah.
It's really the net of the question. It's worrisome in some ways, and I wonder if there's some wisdom there, because we want to continue to fill that pipeline full of Notre Dame grads, but your family did it, and just share a few thoughts on that.
Well, I will, but one thing that occurs to me is that the chilling effect of negativity in the political realm is similar to the problem at universities. So I think that we all need to do a better job of persuading our young people that there are opportunities to serve where, you're not going to end up having to have home security because crazy people are wanting to do you in. So how has this worked in my own family? I think that it was partly personality. Nelson was a very different person from, for example, my Uncle John, who was a more reserved person. Nelson loved to meet and greet, and he had that personality. He actually had very bad dyslexia. So it was lucky that he was good on his feet, because he couldn't get through his speech. And but he was an amazing human being, and he was very ambitious, and he literally loved people. And and his brother Winthrop was the same, who was governor of Arkansas for a term. Nelson was, I think, 13 years New York governor and then vice president. So those were personal choices. But if there is something in the blood, the Payne-Aldrich tariff that you must have probably at least heard the name of in the history books around the turn of the century. Well, the Aldrich was my great uncle, Winthrop Aldrich, and he was for almost 30 years senator from Rhode Island, and he had it in his blood too. And I think as you ask the question, how can I serve? How can I do something in the world? If you have that enjoyment of getting out there and handshaking and listening to people, and are frustrated that philanthropy by itself seems not to be a strong enough weapon to create change, get into government. I have a son who's working for Secretary Raimondo in Commerce, and he's going to get, I hope, to go with her to Europe in a couple of weeks and see how things operate in that way. He's in his mid-20s.
She's a great role model.
She is.
She's tremendous.
Yeah. I thought she was one of the possible candidates when it looked like there might be multiple ones. Yeah. So anyway, I think I'm straying a little bit.
No. It's important. Kids today. If you just read the headlines, you'd run the other way from public service, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to see that happen. You need talent there. One last question. So you've been involved. You've been on numerous of the foundations. You've chaired them. Simple question, because we get asked this a lot here. How do you define the return on philanthropy? Is it psychic? Is it sociological? How do you think about it? And again, we may have $100 or $100 million or $100 billion, but nobody knows more about it than your family and you yourself. So how would you advise our audience to think about it from their own personal standpoint, scale likely being different than the Rockefellers.
No, I think in any situation, there are multiple potential metrics. And dollars are very convenient, but they're not always maybe even the most important metric, or they may be a metric you need, but not the one that you most seek. And it's very clear to me, Jack, that this campus has sought to promote a condition of welcoming and, I would say, calm and respect. And that's not what you find on all campuses. Now, can you go around with some form of a social Geiger counter and measure that? Well, I think I can personally measure it just after being here for a day. So there's that kind of human measure. I think you certainly can measure by growth and buildings, and our family has certainly believed in physical structures as emblems of progress, whether it's culturally with Lincoln Center and MoMA, but then what happens inside those buildings is obviously what really counts. And then the critics help you decide whether you're doing a good job, although they're not the only measures, your audience and so forth. So there's so many different ways to think about what success is. And I think very important, which, Jack, I'm sure you're a master at, of setting out in advance what those metrics are or what those measures are, and then finding ways to measure whether you're successful or not. And I do recommend a very broad definition of success.
I think that's been one of the great evolutionary steps in philanthropy is outcomes and disciplined outcomes before from the inputs. And we know it just as university as a grant seeker. We understand that that's the case, but even in small, and actually I'm going to turn to the questions from the audience. Thank you all for sending in questions. And one's from one of our students, and it's a great question. It's very topical as they think about the future. With so many urgent needs facing the world, how can students make informed decisions about how best to ensure our contributions address the most pressing issues? I'm going to interpret that as personal contributions of your talents. Yeah. How would you respond to that question, David?
Yeah, so I think just going to how I have thought about this in my own life, first of all, focusing is very important, and the media lets us know every day how many urgent problems there are. But, what is your skill? What is your interest? What is your personality and capacity to address those interests? And where is there not only the need, but the lever to address that need? And I'm aware, because of sessions I've had with some of your leadership today, how hands-on some of your faculty are in thinking about whether it's post-Katrina rebuilding in Louisiana and so forth. So I think you got to think about what you care about, what you can bring, and where the opportunities are for you to make a difference, and focus. Don't try to do 10 things at once.
Focus is a great point, because it's hard to focus as a young person today with stuff coming at you.
Still hard.
Can I add one more to your? Can I add more to your list? You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
You talked about where your passion is as well.
Yes.
Got it. It really is, and obviously music was yours, and that's where you jumped in. Next question. Here's a simple one for you. If you had to choose, what is the most valuable piece of advice you've received?
Wow.
That's, one of my friends said, I'll send you a question to stump you. That may be the one. I don't know. So there you go. What do you suppose? You can't get off the hook. You're on stage. You're stuck here.
That is really, really challenging.
Why didn't you make that question 10 and we only could do 9?
I'll tell you, the best piece of advice I ever got was from Mother McCormick, who was at Manhattanville, and who gave up her vows in order to marry the treasurer of the college, and who was a wonderful man. Yeah.
This is getting a little saucy right now, but that's all right. We're good. We're good.
And so you might say, what would she know about relationships? But I was dating a woman who had some sort of manic moments, I'd have to say, and who had many other good qualities. And Elizabeth said to me, David, why would you want to start with someone who had that many liabilities? Life is difficult enough. So thank you, Elizabeth.
My wife is over there saying, why didn't I get that advice? Damn. Where were you when she needed you, David? A question I think we all be interested in here. Do you have any advice for how to be a healthy steward of money, particularly how to grow wealth to have a positive impact? And great part here, David, is you're always going to get something like a positive. It's not about accumulating wealth, it's having a positive impact. Simple answer? Easy answer?
Oh, my gosh. Well, I think that ought to be Jack's question.
I was going to say, give it to us at Rockefeller Capital Management. We'll take great care of you.
Yes, exactly.
Go to the website. We're good.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, don't despair, as you were just saying, Jack, when the market tanks, and be opportunistic, but get good advice.
Here's one that I'm glad to see, because they didn't give us the 2 hours I asked for, but one of the things David is a nonprofit entrepreneur more than once, deeply committed to the oceans.
Yes.
He's a very competitive sailor. He was telling us last night in particular. And also, he and his sisters started a nonprofit in honor of their mom.
Farming.
Both. So one is sustainable farming, and one is the oceans. A huge impact in the oceans. So the question is, how is the hope that comes with conservation work changed in the face of climate change? You were on this issue before it was an issue.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I spent summers on the coast of Maine. The Gulf of Maine has warmed in the last couple of decades 4 degrees Fahrenheit. That's huge. That is huge. You know, if you turn your AC up or down 4 degrees, you know, somebody's going to complain if you didn't get their advice. So the ball game has really changed in farming, in ocean, the food from the land and food from the ocean. So we just need to understand a whole lot more. We need to experiment, which we're doing in the Hudson Valley with organic animal feed, and then we need to share that. And universities like Notre Dame and in our region of the country, Cornell, that has a specialty in this area, need to connect with the providers of food so that there will be food security in the future and in all of our continents. Yeah.
The awareness at least has to make you more optimistic than you might be if people were just ignoring these issues.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have learned an enormous amount, but because big ag tends to, and government subsidies tend to control who has the force, I think experimentation in this country has not had the impact that I wish it had. And my wife Susan and I had a conference with some of the big ag leaders a couple of years ago, and I left much more optimistic. I think the leadership of big ag is listening and wanting to change. Whether the shareholders and the farmers themselves are ready, I'm not sure yet, but we have lots to do.
Let's hope the UN Global Compact can have an impact on that.
Yes, exactly.
Last question, and it's a great coda to what you and your family have done and your global impact. How do you understand the relationship between philanthropy and NGOs, non-governmental organizations, especially those outside the U.S.? You do a lot of international granting, and is it a positive relationship? Is it competitive? I'm adding something. How do you think about it?
Well, the grantees are never going to tell me that they don't think we're doing a good job. But and I think it's changing. I think philanthropy is less top down than it used to be. I think there's greater listening, greater engagement of NGO thinking in philanthropic decision making. But of course, philanthropy is many things, as you know, Jack. I mean, it's corporate, it's family, it's professional, it's many, many different things. There's not just one thing called philanthropy. But it certainly has, in the 100+ years that we have had the field of philanthropy in the U.S., and the U.S. by far is the most philanthropic nation in the world. We have urged other nations to join, and they slowly are. So I would say that the needs are so great that philanthropy itself is never going to be the answer. In the wonderful UN panel we just heard, that point was made very well. It was made concerning business and government and multinationals working together. If you look at the impact of philanthropy globally just on a dollar basis, it's very small. So philanthropy has to be incredibly targeted, and we're doing our best.
You're doing wonderfully. Have been doing it for 100+ years. You personally, your family are role models for all of us in whatever scale on how to answer that question, what do we owe each other? You've put so much back into this country and the world, David.
Thank you, Jack.
You gave of your time to come visit us today. You're the second visit of a David Rockefeller. I sure hope it won't be the last.
It won't.
David Rockefeller.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we have please take that home with you. We would.
Thank you so much.
We'd love for you to. It's fabulous. Fabulous.
Thank you so much, Jack. Outstanding. Well, this concludes our third session for today, and I hope you guys who've been with us since this morning realize just how broad and wide-ranging and interesting this question of how we expand the Catholic social tradition to think about all of the world's 21st century problems, how broad it is. And we've been so blessed to have these speakers here. Stay tuned. We have one final session, and it's one that you're absolutely not going to want to miss. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then I am thrilled to welcome Admiral Chris Grady, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, former ambassador to the Vatican and former U.S. Senator Joe Donnelly, who will be in conversation with our Provost John McGreevy, talking about advancing peace and what we owe to each other on the global stage. So please come back at 3:15. You are not going to want to miss our final session. Thank you.
Welcome to the University of Notre Dame DeBartolo Performing Arts Center. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Welcome to the DeBartolo Performing Arts Center at the University of Notre Dame. Please use this moment to take your phones out and be sure they are on silent mode. For your safety, please take a moment to locate the nearest exit, which may be different from the entrance you used. Our usher staff is here to assist you in case of an emergency. If you need access to captioning, please scan the QR code found on the screens with your mobile device. Please welcome to the stage, Megan Sullivan.
Welcome, everyone, to our fourth and final session of this very special edition of the Notre Dame Forum as part of the inauguration of Reverend Robert A. Dowd, C.S.C., the 18th president of the University of Notre Dame. We have had some broad-ranging conversations today. We've talked about climate change. We've talked about the global economy. We've learned about quantum mechanics. We got some dating advice from the previous panelist. And we're not stopping there. We are thrilled for this final session of today's forum to have the opportunity to talk to Admiral Christopher Grady, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Ambassador Joe Donnelly, former ambassador to the Vatican and former U.S. Senator, on a topic that is very much on all of our minds. How do we advance peace in this fractured world? As with our previous sessions, a QR code will be available on the screen behind me throughout the session if you would like to submit a question for either of our distinguished guests. I'm very delighted today also to welcome our moderator for today's session, the Charles and Jill Fisher Provost of the University of Notre Dame, John McGreevy. Over to you, John.
Thank you, Megan. This much anticipated conversation is our fourth and final element in today's Notre Dame Forum, where we've been examining the question, what do we owe each other?
As Megan mentioned, we've been reflecting today on our responsibilities to each other and our shared responsibilities to the larger world. And in this segment, I can't think of two better positioned people to help us think through this question. Two distinguished graduates of Notre Dame, two leaders who have dedicated their remarkable careers to public service at home and abroad. On my right, I think you can probably tell that this is the Admiral. On my right is a native of Newport, Rhode Island, Admiral Chris Grady, a proud member of Notre Dame's class of 1984, where he received his military commission through our university's Navy ROTC program. His remarkable career has spanned 4 decades, including service as commander of the United States Fleet Forces Command, and today he is the 12th vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the nation's second highest ranking military officer. And he currently serves as the Navy's Old Salt, its longest serving surface warfare officer on active duty. Please join me in welcoming a distinguished alumnus.
The Old Salt, the Old Salt, last man standing.
On Admiral McGrady's right is another distinguished alumnus, Joe Donnelly, a double donor who earned both his bachelor's and his law degree from Notre Dame in 1977 and 1981. He most recently served as our U.S. ambassador to the Holy See, a post he held until July. Previously, he represented the state of Indiana in both the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives. His long career of public service began at the local level with service on the state election board and local school board. And I am proud to add that he is now a member of the Notre Dame faculty, teaching in our political science department in the Kiel School of Global Affairs. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Donnelly. Okay, it's time to get to work. We're asking these extraordinary leaders to think together with us on how to advance peace in a fractured world. Before we touch on diplomacy and conflict around the world, I'd like each of you, and we'll begin with Admiral Grady, talk a little bit about your Notre Dame journey, what first led you to the university, your time on campus as a student, and maybe how the experience of being a student at Notre Dame has shaped your career. Admiral Grady.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm a naval officer. I come from a Navy family. My son, who is class of 12, is a naval officer. My dad was a naval officer. My granddad was a Marine. My great-granddad was in the Navy. So Navy was kind of in my blood. So I knew that was what I was going to do. The question is, how do you get to that commissioning state? So there are a couple of ways to do it. You can go to OCS, you can go to the Great U.S. Naval Academy, or you can do ROTC. So what are the differentiating factors for me? Well, there were at least 3. The first was I wanted to go somewhere where I could be part of a larger community, one that has a huge impact in the world. And when I read up on Notre Dame, when I learned about it, that was what drove me step 1. Step 2, I was a fencer. And so to come here and to fence with a guy named Mike DeChico, to kind of continue that going, that was pretty important. And then the last one was I had met some friends who had been here, and I was really impressed with with those folks. So that leads me to part 2 of your question about my time here. And I think I have one word for you on my time here, my 4 years. And I didn't come to this realization until I had been gone for, 10 or 15 years. But when I reflect on my time here, it was all about mentorship. Pretty important in my line of work, frankly. And when I say mentorship, I mean those folks that mentored me while I was here, whether it was Coach DeChico, legendary, whether it was Father Kirby, who was a legend in the history department, or whether it was my peers. And there's a couple of folks from Dillon Hall who were so important to me and kept me going as a student. So this idea then of mentorship was absolutely critical. And then having moved on, and as I reflect on what did Notre Dame mean to me, what did it give me, 2 things really jump out. First, I think for most of us, we come from, we're a big fish in a little pond, and you come to a place like Notre Dame where you realize that's just not going to get it done. You're going to have to work really, really hard. And so the value of hard work and preparation in everything that we do here at ND really played forth as I entered the fleet. And then just to kind of finish that up, you have to do things the right way, right? And so the ethical development that one undertakes while you're here at Notre Dame is really, really important. So hard work and preparation, but doing it the right way, which is something that this university instills in every student and every person who comes in contact with this university. Those two things have really carried me a long way, and I am forever indebted to ND for that.
Terrific. Ambassador Donnelly.
So my path was a little different. My dad was in the Navy. I told the Admiral before. And my dad's goal was to never meet any admirals because only trouble could follow. He did. My dad put the mop away and went back to his cubby hole.
Swab.
His swab. And my wife's dad was in the Marine Corps on Guadalcanal. He took a shot in the backside, and he said, "Joe, just be careful. Keep your head down is what you do." But for me, I grew up on Long Island, and we were a family that had never gone to college. It was, my grandparents came from Ireland, and it was put your head down and work. And I was the fifth of five. And so my brother was the first to ever go to college. And you know, what I knew of Notre Dame, I knew from watching on TV, and that was about it. But, you know, my dad didn't tell me, and nobody told me, but I decided to apply kind of on the sly, because I thought I would be just going locally. I came from a family, my mom died when I was very young, and so my dad raised 5 kids on his own. And the joke in the family was, I was asked one time, you know, your dad didn't get home till 6. You and your brother were in the house by yourself. And like you guys never got in trouble. You never wound up with the police. I said, that's because the police would have put us in jail. My father would have killed us and left us in the backyard. But, you know, I was fortunate enough that it had never gone west of the Poconos before I came to Notre Dame. It was the first time we came out here, and it was like, oh my God, there's the rest of the country out here. And Notre Dame was a place that opened up the world. The world was a very small place before, and all of a sudden there's people from other countries, people from all over, world-famous scholars, and it was like the scales fall from your eyes. And what you talked about doing the right thing, I'll never forget Father Hesburgh, the conversation I had with him before I started in Congress, like right before I came out to Washington. He was kind enough to sit down with me. He was smoking a cigar at the time. And he said, remember, do the right thing. Don't do the easy thing. He goes, if you do that, you'll never have to worry. And so, by the way, I lived in Holy Cross Hall, and some of you may be, I'm class of 77, may remember that in those days you got a pamphlet in the mail. You weren't randomly assigned to a dorm, you got a pamphlet in the mail, and it listed all the dorms. And it listed the prices for every dorm. And Holy Cross Hall was the cheapest price on the list. My dad goes, that's a lovely looking hall right there. And so we knew we loved Holy Cross and we didn't like Dylan. Those are the two things that we knew.
Holy Cross is fine. Alumni, not so much.
Boo, boo.
You're on your own on that one, Admiral.
I can take it. Go Big Red.
Okay, let's turn a little bit to we're going to move away from Residence Hall chatter here. Let's turn a little bit to the world out there. This is a very broad question, but we know we're in a time of deep and entrenched conflicts. Both of you, in different ways, have been working for peace and the resolution of those conflicts. How do you feel about the prospects for peace in 2024 when you survey the globe? Maybe I'll start with Ambassador Donnelly and then go to Admiral Grady.
The answer for me is tell me how the United States is going to do, and I'll tell you how peace is going to do. And the reason I say that is when I was the ambassador at the Vatican, what you realize when you go overseas, when you go to other places, I mean, here at home, you know, we're working with each other and agreeing or disagreeing. But when I went overseas, the other ambassadors would come up on different events and go, what's the United States going to do on this? And when other issues had come up, the first thing they do is come and go, how can you help us on this? And you began to realize everybody's looking towards you. And I think it's that way right now. The world is looking towards us. I remember a trip I took when I was in the Senate. And we went to Afghanistan, to Israel, and to Ukraine. It was right after the Maidan. And in Afghanistan, they said, the United States is the only country that ever came here to help us. And in Israel, they said, well, we fight with each other a lot, but we know without you, we'd be in big trouble. And in Ukraine, they said, here's what we know. Russia's carved off part of our country. But if you didn't support us, they'd be sitting in Kyiv right now. And so you tell me how we do in the United States this year, and I'll tell you the prospects for peace. I actually think the opportunity for peace in Ukraine comes right after the election. When other actors around the world know how that sorts out, then they're going to make their decisions about how to move forward.
Admiral Grady.
Yeah, thanks. From my vantage point, I think that the world that we are going to give to our children is increasingly congested, contested, competitive, and one prone to conflict. But in spite of all of that, I don't think that war is inevitable. That the fact that lasting peace is something that is unobtainium. We can get there, and it is U.S. leadership in the world that will do that. Now, certainly, if you look at Ukraine as an example, that should be a warning sign to all of us, a lesson learned to all of us, that threats to the rules-based international order are real, threats to things like sovereignty and independence are real, authoritarian regimes are real, that war is real, and indeed that nuclear weapons are real. So that's the environment in which we operate in. But again, it is not an inevitable die is cast that we will end up in that conflict at the end of that spectrum that I talked about. I think there's at least two defining characteristics that we have to work our way through. One is we have transitioned through our unipolar moment past a bipolar moment, indeed past a multipolar moment to a multinodal moment, where it's not just one superpower, it's others, where hyper-empowered individuals, think folks like Elon Musk, think the Houthis in the Red Sea as an example of the non-state actors, are all part of this world that we're playing in. And frankly, that is a return to history. The unipolar moment that came after the end of the Cold War, when the wall fell, that's not historically the norm. And so we have returned to that norm. So we live in this multinodal world that we live in, and we're going to have to figure out how to do that. The second thing is we live in a multi-cycle world. So there is an election cycle you just referred to, 2, 4, 6 years. There's the news cycle. What is that? Maybe 24 hours. I guess with social media, it could be 24 minutes. There's the attention span of the American public, sometimes 24 seconds when it comes to that. There's our adversaries who have a long-term view. Think 2049, 100th anniversary of the People's Republic and the Chinese Communist Party. So we have to be able to work within a multinodal world and a multi-cycle world. Now, how do we do that? And why do I have great confidence? It is because of the allies and partners that we have. It is alongside the great people that we have working for us and with us, it is one of the great competitive advantages that we have. And so what are that? Who are those allies and partners? Well, certainly it's the 7 treaty allies that we have around the world. It's how you expand outward from there to partners that are nation states. It's academia, it's Congress, it's the media, it's the defense industrial base. And so I think by leveraging and being the partner of choice for those allies and partners, we will live up to what I believe is the case, that war is not inevitable, that peace has a chance. You know, Winston Churchill said, the only thing harder than fighting with your allies is fighting without them. And boy, is that true. And it takes leadership.
Admiral Grady, I'm going to keep that train of thought a little bit. I love that phrase, multinodal world. I was privileged to be in an event where you spoke to some Notre Dame groups in Washington, D.C., and you made the distinction between things that wake you up at night and things that keep you up at night. Right. What are the things in our multinodal world that keep you up at night, if you look around the world right now?
Yeah. So at least 2 things. The first, I would say, is the opaqueness of the world that we live in, an opaqueness that is bred of a lack of understanding of others in the room or on the playing field. What that contributes to then is you don't understand the motivations of those that you're working with or perhaps contesting with or competing with. And that opaqueness, that not understanding what their red lines are, or indeed what their red cup is, in other words, how much will overflow, how much will it take to overflow that red cup, that makes it really, really hard. I think that's driven by hyperpoliticization. It's driven by folks taking a maximalist view on everything. And so if you have an opaque world that you're trying to navigate in, the probability for buffoonery just goes way up because you don't know what position others take. That's one. That keeps me up at night. The challenge of simultaneity keeps me up at night. And that's certainly, you know, from someone who's in uniform. So back to this multipolar world we live in, certainly if we're going to have a big fight with China, or we can also have a big fight with Russia at the same time. Or other opportunistic adversaries. So how we think about simultaneity across all the instruments of national power, that's a hard problem set that comes from a multipolar, multinodal world that we live in. And I'll finish up by saying in my job, I look at everything through 2 lenses. The first is the force and the other is the foundry. So the force is going out and fighting and winning. And then the other is the foundry. Everything that it takes in the arsenal of democracy, the manning and the training and the equipping to enable going out and fighting and winning in that force if you have to. Mm-hmm. And so there's some systemic challenges there that we have to work on. Recruiting has been a challenge. And so this propensity to serve, hopefully we can talk about that later maybe, but this propensity to serve, if we're going to live up to the greatness of the all-volunteer force, is something that we're going to have to continue to encourage. The defense industrial base that we rely on within that foundry to enable going out and fighting and winning if we have to has contracted so much that I'm worried that we won't be able to generate what we need if the fight comes. So if you read the book Arsenal to Democracy or Freedom's Forge, will we have the capability and the capacity to surge when we need it? I think it's an open question. So if you look at it through the force of the foundry, these are the things that keep me up at night. Now, what wakes me up at the night, if you want to go there, are things that spark you, right? This probability of buffoonery that comes from the opaque world. So it may not be us going to war with somebody. It could be something that happens in some island somewhere that could spark, because we have those allies and partners, we have to come to their aid. Those are the kind of things that wake you up at night. What about that?
Ambassador Donnelly, you had the unusual vantage point of working in Rome and working closely with Pope Francis and the multicultural, multilingual institution that is the Vatican. I know you worked quite a bit on issues around Ukraine and the Middle East. Tell us a little bit about that and maybe what you came to learn about the role of the Vatican or the role of being in Rome in global affairs.
The way I'll start is by talking about at the end. So I was with President Biden at the G7, which was in Italy this year. And for the first time ever, the Pope came to the G7 meetings. And in the hall where the leaders would come in, all the different leaders would come in, they'd all say hello, you know. The Pope walked in, and he got a standing ovation. And that is the respect that the Pope gets and the incredible presence of what the church talks about. You know, I was asked, well, what's it like being at the Vatican embassy? I said it's a lot like a UN embassy or being the ambassador of the UN, because you're not dealing with trade, you're not dealing with consulate issues, you're dealing with an organization who, when they talk, every other part of the world listens, and probably listens to them with more trust than anybody else in the world. When we talk, a lot of people believe us, a lot of people don't believe us. When the Pope talks, everybody listens. And so that created a unique situation. And I got there in early 22, just shortly after Russia had invaded Ukraine. And the Pope tries to get as much information as he can from a lot of sources. And he'll speak to an audience like this, and then he'll finish his remarks. And he'll look up and he'll go, by the way, I was thinking of a couple of other things. When he does that, everybody holds their breath. And on this one occasion, he said, you know, a fellow from another country was telling me that the reason Russia invaded Ukraine was because NATO was getting close to their border. And that was before I got there. And so I'm getting ready to go there, and they said, by the way, clean this up, fix this mess. And that was the first meeting I had with the Holy Father. It was a 45-minute meeting, and 40 of it was on Ukraine. To go through with him, this was not caused by NATO. Yeah. This was caused by someone who wants to take another country, kill their citizens, take their property, and take over. And so we worked that nonstop. Mm-hmm. And at this point, the Vatican's position on Ukraine is that Ukraine is entitled to all of its territory and to freedom and to peace, mm-hmm. which is where we were hoping to get them to. But you talk about what we worked on. So as the United States, the Vatican looks to us as well to help. Yeah. And so the Vatican, we coordinated with them to try to bring the Ukrainian children home. In those areas where Russia had come into Ukraine, over 20,000 of the Ukrainian children in those areas were taken to Russia and are still there. And the church has taken the lead in many ways in trying to get those children back home to their parents. And so we coordinated with the Vatican to have their special envoy, Cardinal Zuppi, who is one of the leading cardinals in the church. He traveled to Russia, to China, to Ukraine, and to the United States. And we helped coordinate a lot of those visits. He met with President Biden in the Oval Office. And I'll never forget that. It'll be a family memory because I was sitting there with the president and with Cardinal Zuppi and a number of the clergy as well. And they all started talking about Aquinas theology. And I asked for a Coke and a bag of chips at that point. But so we've been able to get some of those children home. That was a critical effort. And then with Gaza, the Vatican tries not, obviously the United States is critically important to them, but they try to always make sure they are known as independent as they are. They're their own state, their own country, but we work on a lot of things together. And so in Gaza, I actually went to see them and said, I think one of the most important things you can do for peace now is to have the Pope meet with the hostage families. And, we talked about it. I talked about it with Cardinal Parolin, the second in command. And the next day he said, here's the challenge we have. We want to make sure the Palestinian families are heard as well. I said, so do we. because we want peace. We want Palestinian children safe. We want Israeli children safe. We want this to end. And he said, well, let me see what we can do. And so the next day, they set up meetings with the hostage families and with the Palestinian families as well, so they could meet with everybody. And the Israeli ambassador was a part of this also. We had an American family, Hirsch Poland, who we recently lost, was killed. And his parents were there. You've never met two more courageous, two more dedicated and devoted people. But the Holy See, through us working with them, saw that they could be one of the strongest voices to try to get these families, to get these hostages home, the Palestinian families safe, and to end this.
Thank you. That's beautiful. You, both of you in your careers, have worked on diplomacy, peace, security. Could you think a little bit historically, and maybe I'll get Admiral Grady to jump in first. We're 35 years since the end of the Cold War. What has changed in that period? You entered the military. When did you graduate from Notre Dame in 1984? So before the end of the Cold War, you were in the military.
Right.
If you think back over the arc of your career, what has changed about American responsibilities in the world, the work that you do over that 35-year period?
Yeah. Well, certainly the first 10 years of my career was chasing the Soviets around.
Yeah.
Then, peace broke out, and now we're kind of back to that. So I would say that this return to great power competition is coming full circle, back all the way around. But there was a period there in which we were not in that bipolar moment. So that's really important. Another thing that has changed is that all of the things that contribute to a strong and effective deterrent that the U.S. military is part of, that has changed too, whether it's the rapid acceleration of technology that forces us to think about tactics, techniques, and procedures, or disruptive technologies that really challenge the way that we put all of that together, or the ethics of all of that together. That has changed moving into to where we are now. The pace of change has been really something to see. I give this example, which is a really personal one to Christine and I and my family. When I first came in the Navy, we would get mail by sea, and Christine had to number all of the letters because you didn't want to read 20 before you read 19 and 18 because 20 might say, Nick got his cast off today, and I'm like, what happened here, right? Flash forward to 30 years. And I'm a strike group commander on the carrier that has such big pipes, and I could now get texts from Christine and the boys, and I would wake up on Sunday morning in the Arabian Gulf. I'd have 400 text messages because they were all about Notre Dame football. So score, fumble, touchdown, So fortunately,
that's a sensitive topic here this week.
Yeah, it's an important one. So the pace of change really makes us think differently. Another one is how we think about deterrence, and so I think we were very good at that. We had great minds and great leaders thinking about deterrence, and we need to regenerate that going forward. And deterrence is going to mean something very different than it did in the height of the Cold War when I was chasing the Soviets around. And now you have at least two nuclear competitors that you'll have to deal with. Conventional deterrence is important. By the way, neither of those two nuclear adversaries think the same way. Chinese thinking is very different than Russian thinking, so how do you work your way through that? The Department of Defense has embarked on what is called integrated deterrence, how we bring all of the levers of deterrence to the table across the diplomatic, the information, the military, and the economic. We need to regenerate how we think about doing that. It's just as important now as it was then. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the defense industrial base has significantly changed. in the time since I first came in. A stat for you: China has 25 shipyards that make ships. The United States has 6. One of China's 25 shipyards has more capacity than our 6 put together. So if you think about the defense industrial base in the world that we live in now, you're not going to be cranking out Liberty ships one every 3 days. You just can't do that with a guided missile destroyer or an F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. The industrial base has contracted, as I said, and they've gone to, for all the right reasons, kind of this just-in-time logistics. That will not work going into the future. So how we work with the defense industrial base, as we are learning in Ukraine, as an example, or in support of Israel. What hasn't changed? I think that's just as important, though, right? So what hasn't changed, at least from my perch in wearing uniform over the last 40 years, is the quality of the people that come into the force. They are different, for sure. They are certainly different than I was when I came in 1984. But they are not better, they are not worse, they are just different, but equally capable. So I am, I applaud each and every one of you for what you have provided to the nation and for your children who have come forward. So the quality of the people that come to serve are exceptional. You saw it firsthand when you went out to the aircraft carrier, and you have done that as well, sir. So that hasn't changed, and then the allies and partners piece. They are just as important now as they have ever been, and so working with them will be absolutely critical. So some things are immutable. Just one final sea story for you. That's what we do in uniform. We tell sea stories. So I took my ship into Newport, Rhode Island. My father, as I told you, was a naval officer. He was retired in Newport. He had command of his own ship out of Newport. So when you come up to a port, the pilot comes out and he helps you get into the port. It's law, right? They have to. I don't need the pilot, but yeah, you got to have him. So you pick the pilot up off the sea buoy, and I'm looking back as the pilot boat comes alongside. I see the pilot jump on board, and I see another guy jump on board, and it was my dad. And he comes up to the pilot house. We go driving in. He happened to know the pilot. They were critiquing me on my ship handling skills the whole way. It's kind of wimpy. Turned that too soon. You're not going to back in? What's wrong with you? All that other stuff. But in the end, as Dad and I were reflecting on that, he goes, I haven't been on the bridge of a ship in 25 years. I could do it right now. Because of the sailors, the relationship of the officers to the enlisted, chief petty officers, the sights and the smells. The technology changed, but that dynamic that makes us great had not.
Well, you've already led us a little bit into the final question before we take questions from the audience, which is, what should inspire us? If you think about the people in this room, maybe especially the young people, the theme of our forum is what do we owe each other, which naturally calls to mind service. How can we bring people together in a quite polarized country to face the challenges of our times? Maybe how can Notre Dame help bring people together? What's your sense of that, Ambassador Donnelly?
One of the things I always supported, and we don't have it, but I think it would be so critical, is to have a National Year of Service. And that is whether you're in the military or whether you want to go to teach at a school, and Notre Dame does this, the ACE program, other programs. I mean, when you give of yourself, you connect to a place. I worry about how connected everybody is to this amazing country that we have. And I worry about how everybody is almost an island of their own, as opposed to a country pulling together. When you talked about what do you worry about, I worry about our country caring enough about each other. I worry that when this election is over, it's over. There's a winner.
Yeah.
Let's come together and let's be a strong nation that supports our allies and our friends. I worry about things like a $35 trillion debt. We're not serious if we think we can continue to do this to our children, because they pay the bill. But what makes me so optimistic are our young people. I mean, here at Notre Dame, I teach a course. And my first day I went back, and my wife said, "How did it go?" I said, "It went really well, except they're all smarter than I am." and I couldn't turn on the computer. I mean, they deserve from us our best. They deserve us to be serious about, the obligation in America has always been, we're going to hand to our kids a better, stronger America than was given to us. And then whether it's China or Russia or anybody else, if we do that, we'll always be the ones that people look to. Like, I can't emphasize enough to you when I was in Rome, how we would walk into a room and, I don't think of it this way when I'm coming over there. I'm like the United States guy in a room of 100 ambassadors, and they all come up and go, "We really need you to run point on this for us, because then everybody will take it more seriously." I mean, that's who we are. When they talk about the indispensable nation, that's what we inherited. And that's what we have an obligation to pass forward. Because if we do, we can handle all these other problems. Like a Russia, and I know the Admiral knows this and probably can't say this, but, what Putin responds to? He stops when you punch him in the nose. That's what he stops at. And he knows a strong America means he can't do these things. With the Chinese, they know with a strong America, they're better off being our friends and partners as opposed to adversaries. So what makes me so excited and so hopeful are our young people, how incredible they are, how smart they are, and that I have extraordinary confidence in all of them. And I think that what is Taylor Swift has 200 million followers on Twitter or Instagram or one of those things. And I think, and her brother went to Notre Dame from everything I understand, which probably gave her wisdom. But here's a young girl who did this all on her own. All on her own. Just started playing a guitar and singing and figured it all out. And that's who we are. That's our secret sauce in the United States. And that's why I'm optimistic.
Okay. What gives you hope beyond Taylor Swift?
Yeah. She's a pretty good reason.
Yeah, she's a good reason, yeah.
Well, I talked about the opaque world that we live in, and I think there's at least two ways to cut through that. Let me give you a quick sight picture of what's in my office. So in my office, I have a big TV up there, and we have it kind of on 4 panels, and I have one of the networks that's more right and one of the networks that's more left, and then ESPN, of course, right, and then the Weather Channel. The only one that I ever allow my staff to put the volume on is the Weather Channel, right? And to me, though, the fact that I can watch the crawler on the right side and the left side and see 2 different stories, 2 different ideas of the truth is symptomatic of this opaque world that we live in. So we've got to we have to bust through that. And I think it has to be a pursuit of truth. And one of the things that I think ND does better than anybody else is it enables our students and what you put forth into the nation to get after truth, to be a discerning consumer of all of the various things that are out there, whether it's X or... So, ND, please continue to do that so that they can make up their own choice and be part of the policy discussions that then will allow us, based on truth and data, but not strongly held opinion, to go in the right direction for the country. ND is unparalleled in the product that you put out to do that. Secondly, and this gets to you, sir, and to Father Dowd and the rest, use your convening authority in places like this. It's super powerful. When I think of the work that Mike Desch is doing, I think Mike's over here somewhere with NDISC. When I think what Jeff Rhodes is doing in the research department, when I think about what Laura and the team are doing at KEO, this is the power of the convening authority that you can then bring people in, built on that foundation of that pursuit of truth, and help shape the dialogue. Let's be louder in all of that space.
Terrific. Okay, we are now going to move to questions from the audience. They're on the screen here. First question for Ambassador Donnelly. What was the greatest lesson you learned working with Pope Francis?
Well, one of the great lessons is we have a little granddaughter. And on my final meeting with the Pope, I was like stunned to watch this. Talk about efficiency. He's standing there. He sees our granddaughter come in. He puts his arm behind him. A staffer hands him a candy. He then hands it to my granddaughter. And she's like, I love this guy. He has a smooth operation. But the greatest lesson, or one of the greatest lessons is, you know, the church, we have, there's like this division, and I'm no expert on it, but focus on rules or focus on trying to help every soul who may not be in accordance with the rules or putting them together. And the Pope looks out for the least of us. You know, that Bible saying, whatever you do for the least, you do for me. That's who his concern always is. And he is a workaholic. He's up at like 5 in the morning, goes to bed at 8 at night. And his focus is on how I can make sure that every person has a chance. But I will also tell you, he does that while running a very tight ship. Mm-hmm. And he is incredibly kind, incredibly helpful. And if he thinks you're not doing your job in your department, you're on your way to a post somewhere else in the world. But,
we do the same thing.
Yeah. But he truly is a reflection of what you would think Jesus might be on earth, mm-hmm. is looking out for the least among us.
Terrific. Admiral Grady, how do we deal with disinformation in a way that protects the hearts and minds of free people? That is, how do we allow an open media sphere while also limiting false information or disinformation?
So, to me, the fundamental solution to that problem is data and how we use data, because data is unassailable. And it should be the foundation of all the policy dialogues that follow, whether it's on some of the issues that were teed up here or on anything else. One of the biggest problems we have in my department, and I don't know whether it's the same here, is how well do we see ourselves, right, so that we can inform decisions. So back to how I look at everything through the Force and the Foundry. On the Foundry side of things, on the Force side it makes sense, right? I need data dominance that will allow me to think, and warfighters to think and turn faster than the enemy in this hypersonic world that we live in. But I similarly need it on the Foundry side. So if Congress comes to me and says, you've asked for more readiness dollars, Department, what did you do with the rest of them? I have to be able to come back and go, here's your return on investment, and here is why we need more. I'd give us about a C- on that in the department right now. We're working really hard to try and improve it. The Marine Corps just passed their audit, as an example. Boring, I know, but what it speaks to then is, do we have data that gets us past strongly held opinion to fact that then is the launching point to have respectful dialogue? We need to do more of that, and I'm pretty bullish on our ability to do that. So you can think about vast quantities of data and how we apply artificial intelligence to it. And I would just to get to the point about protecting individual rights, within the Department of Defense, as an example, it isn't AI that we're talking about. It's responsible AI, because we have to protect the rights of individuals. And oh, by the way, what separates us from adversaries that might be totalitarian regimes like in Russia or China is we have this pesky thing called the truth. Yeah. Right? We have to come forward with the truth to make the argument that we are the partner of choice, that our thoughts are a way to be thinking about it. So responsible AI then, on top of how we use, is a key example of how we need to do data to be the foundation of how we inform the debates going forward.
Excellent. Okay, final question. I have to say, this is a tough one from the audience. We're all kind of laughing looking at it here. Is there, I'm going to say a course, but the question actually says obscure elective, which as provost I don't really like. But is there a course you took at Notre Dame whose lessons you still use today, Ambassador?
I go first. I'll do two.
Two.
One was I took space technology, which many of you remember. It was primarily because the rumor in Holy Cross Hall was you could get a good grade in space technology. I didn't make it to Mars or to the moon or to even go up in some of the Navy jets, but it was a great course. But the one course I would tell you about that was incredible, and an incredible man, Professor Leader, art history. And, you know, I was a kid who read the comics. Yeah. And when they talked about the Italian artists, I was thinking of the guys in Little Italy in New York City. But you just looked and you said, I can't believe this stuff. Because he would have slides of the art, and he would lecture about it. And he was so elegant. And, you know, I'd never seen a guy like him before. So inspiring. And then you find out afterwards, he was on Iwo Jima. And was in the middle of the fight in Iwo Jima. And he never mentioned it in the class. But I do remember he drove a Jaguar. And I thought, this guy is really something.
Okay, so we have a legendary art history course.
Kind of in the same vein, I don't know whether it's the same now, but you told us to take fine arts courses as an elective. So those were, okay, where's the grade pad that I might take? And for me, it was a course called Symphonic Masters. So I thought this would be, can't be that hard. And
I never heard of Sympholimbo.
And so we rolled in there, a couple of my buddies and I all signed up to take the course. And it was wicked hard. And,
oh, that's so awesome.
It was wicked hard. Drop needle tests. That hours spent in the Hesburgh Library listening to the assignments. Listening to the assignments. And then, you know, having the second class was a quiz on the drop needle. Boom, you know, what movements, you know, who's the artist. Why was that such an important course, though? And what have I taken away from that every time? One was don't judge a book by its cover. That's one. But the other was the course itself was fascinating. Learned a lot about symphonies, but it was because it was interdisciplinary. It was the context in which the music was written. That was as important to the professor as understanding what movement you were in and who the artist was, and then to try to describe the motives behind it. So then this idea of no decision is made in a vacuum, and that the larger context always is important, and to broaden your thinking before you focus in on that one thing, that course taught me that. And I've frankly been forever indebted to the Symphonic Masters.
What a nice tribute to liberal arts education.
That's a fact.
I was not predicting this answer. Art history and Symphonic Masters. Okay, we have reached the end of our time. Before we thank our exceptionally distinguished public servant visitors, we do have a gift for them. It is, I'm going to hand it to you right now with the warning that we do not want you to drop it as you exit the stage. It is a beautiful crystal of the dome with Mary on the dome in the main building.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That is beautiful.
And we've reached the end of a remarkable day on what we owe each other. Let's give another round of applause to our two distinguished guests.
We should get a picture. John.
Okay. Right there. There's the X.
Here's our marks.
Okay.
Taylor would have known where to go.
Great.
Let's have one final round of applause for the Admiral and the Ambassador, Provost McGreevy. Thank you so much. Friends, thank you to all of you for joining us. The Ambassador, thank you. thank you guys for joining us today for this first day of really exciting events around Reverend Robert A. Dowd's inauguration. We invite you to join us tomorrow for the next phase of this inauguration. If you would like to know the schedule of events, you're welcome to consult the QR code behind me or any of the infinitely many programs that are floating around campus right now. We are thrilled to share this historic moment at Notre Dame with all of you. We're so proud of this community. We're proud that you're a part of it, and we can't wait to celebrate this inauguration with you tomorrow. Thank you.